wanted the best, you got him for a breast. Often imitated, never duplicated. The greatest show under the world of outlaw.
This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
The state of Texas, what comes to mind? Wide open spaces? The Alamo? Steers with big horns? Well, since 2012, you can now add an FIA Class 1 facility to that list. Circuit of the Americas hosted the American return to the Formula One calendar that year and hasn't looked back. This Herman Tilke designed circuit has also played host to MotoGP, Blancpain GT V8 Supercars, and this year added the NTT IndyCar Series to the list. The track has become a fan and driver favorite in just its short life. The technical challenges that are coupled with long, wide-open straights make for an interesting lap around here. 133 feet of total elevation change with a steep climb into the blind left-hander that awaits our drivers at turn 1. Circuit of the Americas plays host to this round 2 of the DGFX Endurance Series Season 7. 4 classes of cars await us here today at the 6 Hours of COTA. Hello everyone and welcome to the Global Sim Racing Channel on the iRacing Esports Network. I'm Brian Yazek. Joining me in the booth for the first stint here is Giancarlo Lenzi with Sean Ambrose spinning the dials while wearing a 10-gallon hat with our amazing camera angles done by the one and only Dougie Beard. Now, to give our viewers at home a better understanding of just what it takes to make up a lap around the Circuit of the Americas, let's go to our GSRC track guide.
Welcome to Circuit of the Americas. The cliche of everything's bigger in Texas rings true for this track in the Lone Star State. Built specifically for Formula One, the number of corners, circuit length, safety features, and general track amenities immediately set this place apart from almost every racing course in the United States. Of the 3 layouts available, the most widely used is the Grand Prix circuit, which tops out at a whopping 20 turns along nearly 3.5 miles. Many of them have been modeled after well-known sections of European tracks such as Silverstone, Hockenheim, and Istanbul. But compared to those venues, this place still has lots of unique challenges. Turn 1 in particular features the largest elevation change from the lap and culminates in a blind and sharp hairpin. The penultimate corner is just as tough, with its off-camber apex and sudden drop forcing many to escape to the paved runoff on the outside. And though it was meant to lure F1, many other series have now raced here, ranging from IndyCar to WEC, IMSA, and even V8 supercars. Track days are also common, with the SCCA running all types of amateur events to allow up-and-coming drivers to feel what it's like to battle on the same tarmac as Vettel and Hamilton have. With this track, American race fans finally get to experience a purpose-built course made in the modern day. Texas went bigger and better, and in the process, raised the bar for their peers.
So there was our GSRC track guide, kind of giving you a high-level overview of everything here, talking about the albeit brief history of COTA. So what I want to do now is I want to bring in Giancarlo here and talk about the Circuit of the Americas. Good morning, Giancarlo.
Good morning, Brian. It is happy to be here this morning. Circuit of the Americas. Oh my gosh, you are talking about a grand stadium of a track built in the United States here in Austin, Texas. In 2010, it was just something that you really was a blink, kind of a just just an idea from somebody who was like, you know what, why don't we have a track in the United States that can compete on a level of the Europeans? You've got tracks all over the world like Zolder. You've got tracks like, you know, Le Mans that are just iconic. And we needed something in the United States. So in 2010, they started to talk about it and started to develop it and really bring it to a level that they wanted that would be a world stage track. We had V8 supercars come here for the first time, which was huge for the United States. And then we started to bring Formula One. We needed something. And Circuit of the Americas is that. Opened in 2012. We had the architects of Herman Trike and Miro Rivera Architects. Those guys were amazing in building tracks. These guys are long-time builders. They've designed many tracks in previous years, but there's still a lot of controversy about how they build tracks. I mean, you'll see a lot of racers kind of come in and say, hey, this track is so generic. It's like, you know, you've got all these different long straights and then a quick turn, and then you've got a quick 90-degree or 180, and it's like, well, there's not a lot of elevation change. But actually in Circuit of the Americas there is a bunch of elevation change. Brian, what are your thoughts on driving the whole track around here?
It's definitely a challenge. I mean, as you start going out and that big long stretch up the front stretch, down or up in the highest elevation change in there, and then into that first blind left-hander, it really takes you back, because when you come around that corner and you hit the apex right, you kind of feel like you fell off a cliff in the car. So, but then that leads right into a section that, and we talk about how Circuit of the Americas is kind of America's crown jewel track, modeled after other European facilities. This next section is actually modeled after the turns 3 all the way through probably 6 or 7. That's modeled after Silverstone. I mean, you're looking right there on screen in GTAM qualifying that we have running on right now. This is that section that Florian is driving through right now, that quick left, right. And then there's other sections that are modeled after the Nürburgring and Hungary, if I'm not mistaken. So Herman, when he sat down to design the track, he kind of borrowed some good parts of the other European circuits. Now, you're right, he does get some grief for his type of design, where it's a lot of these straights and then into a sharp corner. Some people say it's not good passing zones, but then when you go down that long backstretch, and here you see Florian setting up for it right here. This is a very important corner. You can get a good run, deep dive in here, but it's a very sharp corner. You set up this long backstretch here, running all the way down to 12, and it is probably one of the premier passing spots on the track. You can go about 3-4 wide through there, if you're really brave, 4, realistically 3. But then that sharp corner at the end of that is what really separates the men from the boys, of how deep you can drive it into that corner and try to gain a advantage over the driver that you're trying to pass. So really driving this thing, and I don't have a whole ton of laps on here. I've got one in some stock cars. That was an interesting challenge. Some Formula Renault 3.5, some IMSA. So a little bit of experience, but you know, when it comes down to the facility, I enjoy driving it. It's just kind of a fun challenge to try to set up and string together those corners for a very efficient lap time.
I think a lot of it is like kind of a lot of like technical double apex, especially with the DRS zones in Formula One. Is you've got these really long straights where you make up these passes, but one of my big criticisms of Formula One has been the DRS. You know, I really do much prefer more of these kind of manual passes, if you will, where you're really pushing yourself. You've got a better line, you've got a better exit, and you're able to pass the guy coming out on the straight or coming out of exit or coming into the braking. And for me, kind of these long overwrought tracks, just they feel less exciting to me. But Circuit of the Americas, with the complexes in the beginning, like you said, are really just a great area to dogfight. I love going into those, you know, too wide sometimes, and just really seeing who's the better driver.
You're absolutely right. And I kind of agree with you. I feel DRS is very gimmicky, but it was born out of a necessitation of where Formula One was becoming so aero dependent that, you know, these aero washes that you would see off of the corners, you know, it had to give somebody an opportunity to get back somewhere. What I'm hoping is that with Formula One's redesigned 2021 car, that maybe down the road they can look at eliminating DRS, but unfortunately I feel like it's kind of the, once you let it out of Pandora's box, I don't know if there's a way to put it back in.
Yeah, and really, you kind of look at Formula One almost like an experimental box for kind of technology and pushing things to where they kind of need to go. I mean, if you thought about it, it was like, well, if the only thing that was holding them back from, you know, passing and stuff like that was you know, the aerodynamics, is, well, why don't we just pull back the aerodynamics and give them some good old racing? You know, you see that with the MX-5s all the time. You see it with lower tier cars. Skip Barber. You know, it's not something that I believe, for me, and this may touch everybody and be like, oh my gosh, who is this guy? Why is he talking? Get him off the mic. But I believe that, you know, one, racing is wholly dependent on driver skill. And, you know, there's always mechanical changes, technical specifications for cars and you know, balance of power, which we will see here today. But to me, it's all about driver skill.
Absolutely.
But
a lot of these cars, it does bring a lot of driver skill to the slower cars. So like the GT-AM that you see here, you know, because you don't have that high-end power band like you will see in the P2 class, you know, to really separate that out, or P1 even, you know, they can make a little mistake and they got enough power, especially, you know, in those Porsche hybrids, to overcome it. But these slower lumbering cars, I really feel like it's more of a driver skill to be able to chain those corners together, to keep that momentum going, because like I said, you don't have that high end to kind of pull you back out of it.
And so I believe we're going to see a lot of action today here in GT3. GTE even is not, you know, still a very competitive class with the drivers in their car. I mean, that's not to say it's not going to be exciting in P1 or LMP. I mean, you've got some amazing drivers that are on the same level. Right now we're watching some, I believe this is the GT3 qualifying.
Yeah, GT-AM.
Or GT-AM, sorry.
BGFX calls it.
GT-AM, and I'm actually riding along with Florian Hohen. What you're seeing is the lap of Bryce Watson on the screen. Who's currently doing a 2-minute time. But man, I love, one of my big loves is just these GT3 cars, or GT-AM class for everybody here. You're gonna see lots of side by side. We saw that 3 weeks ago at Watkins Glen. There was so much chaos going on in those cars. You really had to have your head on the swivel. With the higher powers of the LMPs and the HPD coming through, it can really mix things up, especially in these complex corners.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Getting through that, some of those sections, you know, with the high power cars going through, it's going to be really interesting. Well, we talked about it a lot here, so let's talk about the GT-AM points that we're going to have on screen for you right now. There we go. So you got TSB Racing 305 after the one race. So I mean, these standings are going to change and evolve as the season goes on. Real Pixel Motorsports, number 312, three markers back with Energy Racing, 6 markers off of that. Usagi, there we go. I just need another cup of coffee this morning. Racing 333 and 4th with World of Sim Racing T351 in the 5th spot. So with GT-AM qualifying wrapping up here very quickly, just saw the note from Race Control, 1 minute remaining. Right now it is Bryce Watson with Turbium Racing pacing the AM class by a healthy half a second.
2 minutes and 2 seconds. That is quite a lap.
He's got it dialed in. I've been focusing on him specifically just to kind of see that car, and it looks very stable. It doesn't look like he's overdriving it. It's rolling, and that's really at a technical track like this. That's what you want. You see him coming through the final corner there, turn 20, past that lovable DRS sign. and down the main drag, and it doesn't look like
he's able to. He's not quite able to break that 202.
He's stuck planted a little slower that last lap, but checkered flag is out for GTAM qualifying, which I believe, let's see, who is all rolling around out there? A couple guys slowly. There we go. Oosterhouse. Let's see, where is he coming up here? This is the kind of the back half of the circuit, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, right into that 15, that stadium section, kind of modeled, modeled around some of the more European circuits, and you get that quick right-hander, kind of a double right that sets you up for that 18, 19, and 20 complex. So this is what I was talking about. 19 being a very challenging corner because you carry a lot of momentum off of 18. You've got to woe it down, not exceed the track limits, and get it wound up. And I believe he's diving for pit road. So that was, yeah, I feel like all week I've been talking about guys making a good run, and then they just dive off into pit road.
I mean, it's kind of the, at a qualifying, we're kind of expecting them to come back, and if they're not going to make the lap, and they know they've flubbed it just a little bit too much, you're just going to see them kind of dive off.
And now we are lining up for GT Pro, which is your Porsches, BMWs. What else have I been seeing rolling around pit road? Some Ferraris out there. This is where we're going to see the speeds uptick just a little bit. Florian, he's still driving around there. He's on a flyer, though. Parking it right on the exit. And the other part too is if you are new to the DGFX series, they do run things just a little differently. Race control very, very involved in the event. In fact, you know how in a normal race, if you hit the wall, you wreck, you just take a tow and go back. In this series, you can't do that. If you're stuck in an unsafe position, you have to inform race control on their Discord. That they run outside of there, and then a safety car period will be activated, and then you can escape back to the pits. So it's just kind of a unique thing. They've got a couple spots though around the track that they've marked, like in the real world. If you pull off into one of those sections, you're not going to throw a safety car or a virtual safety car. So it's going to be kind of unique, especially because we were talking about it with these faster cars, the slower cars, everybody kind of meeting in the middle. You could see a couple safety car periods today.
It's really interesting that they actually do something like that. If I remember right, back when I was still racing, early in the iRacing days, we had the Continental Endurance Sports Car Series, which was modeled off, I believe the Pirelli World Series. Or no, I'm sorry, it was the name escapes me. But anyways, it was interesting because they had a very similar dynamic. If you made an off or made an accident or something like that, they actually had something where the stewards would be like, hey, I think we need to call a safety, and they would actually have you stop your car and then initiate the safety back when. But we didn't have great controls back in the early days of iRacing.
As we were talking about this, Sean and I were actually talking about this on the F3 broadcast that we did the other night. Just kind of the evolution of iRacing, and where it started was a couple road cars and a couple oval cars, and a couple tracks piece. That was it. You didn't have these full league, setups. You didn't have day to night transitions. You didn't have all of these things, and it floors me to think about. I mean, I've only been around the service since 2015, so I'm kind of in the middle of that transitional period. But for someone that was around at the very beginning, seeing what this has become has got to be amazing.
This is my one-stop shop. I go to other sims, and you'll go to like sim racing websites, and you'll see in the comments like, oh, when a Assetto Corsa comes out, or when a race room experience comes out, you'll see the comments be like, oh, I don't like the force feedback of X game or whatnot. And it's like, guys, it's not about the force feedback. All that stuff is always constantly being worked on. This is a constant development of the sim. And so for me, it was really, really encouraging because I go to one place and everybody I raced with was a real person. I didn't have an AI. I didn't have to worry about, crashing, being bumped into the wall by some blumbering AI. This here is you're racing against real people. And to me, it was different skill levels that you could pit yourself against and pick up on different, you know, mechanics or techniques of racing, and, you know, picking up your racecraft here was just amazing. And so, I mean, you're right. Going back, it was like just a few cars and a couple of oval tracks. But nowadays, it's like everybody wanted GT3, everybody wanted GTE, and now we've got some HPDs and LMPs. You've got some amazing aerodynamics. We got new cars coming down the line constantly. You know, constantly. They're just making up all those licenses.
And, you know, of course, dirt, which has evolved from just the oval racing to now they've got the stadium super trucks, which is kind of unique to see out there floating around. So, yeah, I mean, you know, kind of, and every sim, you talk about it, every sim has its thing that you can grief about. But when it breaks down to it, I still feel like iRacing is probably the best overall experience. I'm sure, you know, Assetto Corsa probably does something a little bit better than iRacing, or another sim does something a little bit better than that. But when you look at the overall rounded experience, iRacing is where it's at, and you know everything else is just playing for second fiddle. It's kind of like Mercedes and F1 right now. I
have not been following their rivalry this morning, so it's not something I'm wholly familiar with. I mean, Mercedes has always had their problems, but you know, just even between their drivers.
Yeah, a little bit of conflict is always fun out there. As you see, Vincent Hervier going down that long old front stretch in a BMW. This car's really slick. We do have, you know what? Let's bring in. We got somebody here waiting. We got Joshua Wolf, who is going to be racing in one of the upper classes here today. Josh, do you have a copy?
Yes, I do.
Josh, so tell us, I mean, you know, because if you're racing in one of the higher speed cars, I mean, what parts of the circuit are you petrified of catching, you know, GTAM, and what parts are you kind of okay with?
Biggest place that I'm seeing where the prototypes are going to be losing their time are definitely in the S's. Kind of the first part of the S's is all single line, trying to hit every apex there. You might see like the P1s probably get around the outside. I think it's turn 6. Might try and get out there if we have set them up right. But there, and then also last section, there's a little bit of a slow area there that going to hurt us too. But most of the time, a lot of these slower corners, we're all about speed. Just trying to hit all those apexes, carry the speed through. So I think the S is going to be the biggest difficulty today.
Sounds good. I mean, what is it like ripping around here in one of those upper class cars? Like I said, our experience here in the booth is, you know, the slower lumbering vehicles. I mean, it's got to be fun, kind of put a smile on your face ripping around here in something that's got speed and grip.
Yes, I love driving around here, especially in that SS section. You don't end up getting slowed down, and you get to push it and hit all your marks there. When you exit that S section, hit a good lap, it definitely feels amazing with these higher grip cars.
Sounds good. Now, are you qualifying the car, or are you stepping in afterwards?
Yes, I believe I'm going to be qualifying the car.
What are your expectations today, man?
Seems like we're a little bit down compared to some of the upper teams there. Kind of doing a little bit during the practice session there, and there seems to be a little bit of pace there. I just didn't get a really good clean lap when I was in Q-trim, so we'll see. Shooting for maybe a low 44, high 43 if the track temp hasn't risen up too much.
Good idea. And we talk about we talk about the track temps out there. We are starting in the morning here in Austin, Texas, and moving our way out. So if anybody that's familiar with geography in the Southwest region is going to get hotter as the day rolls on. So hopefully for you in that machine, you can get the grip that you need and qualify to spot what you need to. So thanks for coming and talking to us, Josh, and we will catch you out on the track.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right, while you were just talking to him, we had Hellraiser's Heresy, Stellan Lindbergh, pulling a blistering lap of a 158.3 or 0.5. Oh, and it looks like Nils Nils Hundehage just had a bit of a spin there, as you saw on screen. He's currently competing for 11th, and that was Hundehage.
Yeah, I was watching as we were talking to Josh. I glanced over at the monitor and saw cars backwards around 21. I thought, that can't be good. So riding on board here with Romeo Grinnell, working his way through around the 18, 19, 20 section. While we've got the GT Pro cars on track, let's talk about their point standings as well. Qualifying is going to run here for another 6 or so minutes. Plenty of time for drivers to get out there and improve upon their best time. But yes, Hell Racers Hearsay currently pacing that class right now, but only a scant 0.2 of a second over SRT Esports. Watching John Goodman come around the track. If we can get the points pulled up for them. Ooh, a little off there for Hell Racers. And there we go. So Team Huskenveld, 20 points on top of the mountain with Kinetic Racing in second. Fisher Motorsports third. Element Sim Racing, they're fourth. And MBE Sport Racing in the fifth spot. If you're unfamiliar with the DGFX series, whoever qualifies the car has to start the race. So the names that we see out here right now, you will see them in the first stint of the event.
And if you guys are watching and you guys haven't scrolled down just a little bit past on the YouTube page, just in the description there is actually the DGFX Racing website. So that's dgfxracing.com. You can go there for series information and series results and standings. So you guys can keep up with them even if you guys miss the broadcast.
Absolutely right. The plethora of information there. It's kind of getting myself caught up to speed here for the series, so it's kind of unique to see stuff because it's a little bit out of my oval element, but it's always fun to cover different series, you know, here on GSRC, easy enough for me to say, just to kind of see the different things that are out there. I mean, if you stay stuck in your own lane and you don't know what other series and what other events are out there, you know, you're kind of doing yourself a disjustice. This series is big. There's 100 and something drivers, I think, that are getting ready to partake in the event today. So, I mean, you think about any league that has 100 active racers every single week, that's not bad at all.
And that's the other thing, you know, it's like I kind of go back to these other series. You can get some smaller, you know, leagues where you've got, you know, one classic car or things like that. And, you know, you've got maybe 30 or 40 drivers in those races. But really, you come back to iRacing and, you know, you've got driver swaps. You've got 24-hour racing. You've got all these amazing features now that weren't around in, you know, 10 years ago, 5 years ago even. And it's something that's just really kind of blowing the feature landscape for online racing, sim racing. We're seeing a huge resurgence of esports, and with esports, we're seeing sim racing kind of taking up their own stance in that stadium. So
Yep.
It's an interesting arena now. You can actually start making more money playing esports than you can in partaking in a real world event.
You mentioned that, and I was just thinking back to Ryan Lewis, sorry, Zach Novak. I got my peak there for a moment. He took home the crown and $40,000.
That's right, kids. You too can also be a champion on iRacing.
I think back to all those times of me playing video games in the living room and my folks saying, well, why do you do that? You can't make anything out of that. Well, here we are.
Oh, if my dad could only see me commentating on real racings today.
My dad's tuned in. He tunes into my racing, and he's watched a couple of the broadcast stuff, and it's kind of unique because, you know, I grew up in the very first event that I can think of that hooked me into motorsports was the 1992 Indy 500. And since that, you know, Paul Page on the broadcast with, Bobby Unser, I think, who was there with them. I can't remember what was that? Yeah, it was Bobby. I can't remember the third partner to that. But just kind of seeing that, and you kind of grow up as a kid, you think, well, that could be fun. They're talking about, racing. It doesn't get much better than that. So now, I never went to broadcasting school. I never did all those different things. And for God's sakes, I'm a banker by trade. But now, because of esports, I can sit here and I can pretend to be Paul Page, Bob Jenkins, Chris Economaki. I mean, all these legends of the commentating world. And because of esports, I get to, pretend to be that.
Do you also do that at work? Do you commentate on where all the money's going? And
in my own mind,
who's got the mortgage?
In my own mind, I do. Yes. You see out there, probably getting real close here to 1 minute left in the session. Hellraiser here, see, ripped off the 58.33 to move themselves up just a little bit further, as we've got Team Huskenfeld now in the second spot. We're riding on board. Well, now we're riding with Romeo Grinnell coming across the line. Kind of a slower lap there. Maybe getting it wound up to speed in that BMW machine. 1 minute remaining is the call from race control. And as long as you start your lap before they announce the checkers, you can finish that lap. So nothing too drastically different there. Riding on board now in that Ferrari, that prancing horse. That little monitor out back is kind of clever. Never really made me feel good because I can look back and see just when I'm going to get nose or dive bomb from behind.
Oh yeah, you don't want to see that digitally.
No, the element of surprise is rage-inducing enough.
Well, we're looking at these lap times, and we're about 4 seconds faster than the fastest GTAM. So this is going to be an interesting dynamic here on track. And I'm interested to see what the HPDs and the LMP classes can do.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Well, we were talking to Joshua, and he said he's aiming for a 43 to a 44. I mean, and that is 14 seconds faster than where we're at right now.
That is going to be insane. And I apologize to everybody. I'm talking about the P1 and P2 classes. So the HPD runs in P2, and the LMP, that you got the RDR R18 and the Porsche 919, which is just recently released, in P.
Yeah, I don't have enough buttons on my steering wheel, I think, to operate one of those machines. With all the hybrid settings you can click, I mean. But
especially if you're virtual, if you're racing in VR, oh my gosh, you really have to memorize those button boxes now.
Yeah.
We're riding on board with Nils Hundeheg from Element Sim Racing Water, and we got a good lap out of him, but not quite to beat the fastest lap. It was a 158.9, I believe.
Yeah. Now that moves him up into 5th in class there. Now we're going to get the HPDs out here with a P2 class is what DGFX calls it. Get them on the speedway. Last car on track, Jake Farquhar coming around the final section. Pit road entry too is pretty tricky around COTA. It doesn't look like it should be that tricky, but just getting it right sometimes is fast enough. As a 158.92, that should move him up there as well. Little break here to get everybody lined up on pit road exit. This is where some of that speed is going to start. These HPD machines, they make the power. And I mean, super light, lots of downforce, lots of horsepower. You ever ripped around in any of these?
Oh man, it's been quite a while. The last time I did was the HPD on Suzuka, and that was quite a track. I mean, there's a lot of similarities between Suzuka and this track here, so it'd be interesting to see what they can make with these. But I mean, if you talk about an F1 car, I mean, I try not to go open wheel. About the closest open wheel I do is Skip Barber, but these cars are just amazing downforce. They just grip so well to the track. So the difficulty of having your skill threshold between drivers is immense. I mean, you're just going to be seeing these guys rip around here, just pulling these corners that you won't even see in the GTAM or GT Pro classes.
lots of fun in these machines. 15 of the P2 machines going to be circuiting the Circuit of the Americas. We're looking here, some nice wide-angle cameras, once again provided by the one and the only Dougie Beard. Now, the one button I feel like every multi-class racer probably has bound is the headlight flash button. I feel like we're going to see that a lot today.
Oh yeah, that's right. That is not something I ever actually got to play with.
Oh, it's fun. We got in my team's 24 hours at Daytona last year, we got wrecked by a slower machine, and as racing happens, several hours later, I happened to find myself right behind that driver in that team. And I rode behind him in the vet, and he had a Porsche or something, so he wasn't getting away. Rode behind him for a full lap, just flashing the button.
See, I don't have enough buttons on my wheel for that. Yeah,
I think get something there.
And you never know. I mean, sometimes these racers will turn their rear view mirrors off and try to rely on their intuition. And really, that's not being a good racer. That's not being a nice racer.
It's bold. I mean, yeah, it worked for Luke in Star Wars, but I don't think it's going to work around a racetrack. So winding up, getting ready. Most of them should be on their first time lap. We'll start getting some qualifying results coming in. Some of the machines just look beautiful. They look like race cars. Like, that's my favorite thing about some of these prototype classes. They fit the description of when you think of the term race car. That's what you see. You see something that you don't see on the road every day. You see something that just looks like it was an engineering wet dream to come up with.
And I always wonder if you were to pull all the downforce off this thing, how would it compare with a regular road car that at the same power levels? I mean, it would just understeer. You see, when you guys see these things crash, like God forbid they actually happen today. I want everybody's race to be clean and well fought for. But when you see these things crash and that front bumper, that front aero section comes off, it looks just kind of really odd. These things are sectioned so that they protect the driver. Mm-hmm. But when that front comes off and you see them kind of try to tear around the track, they're just, you can't turn. You can't turn with it. And for me, it's like, oh man, your race is over at that point. Yeah. So I always prefer the production cars. It's where you can make little bumps here and there, mistakes happen. But for these things, it's a class unto itself for me, and I applaud everybody who drives these things.
Barking up the right tree, come from talking to an oval guy that races the Tim Thomas with fenders and bumpers are made for a reason. You got to use them every once in a great while. So some of the first times they're starting to come in. Team Huskenveld, currently P1 with Ronnie Fantini. Elvis there coming across the line. He's going to move up. And probably one of my favorite team names that I've just seen right off the bat, Chunky Pineapple Racing, P2 with Senny Stoffmiel in that machine, number 140.
They had an exciting race about 3 weeks ago at Watkins Glen when there was a big wreck with the P1 class just coming out of turn 3, and just on the long straight, it was like a battlefield. Them trying to navigate, and that Chunky Pineapple team got real skinny, as Joe liked to put it.
Well, it's back when, this is going to take me back. Sean even might remember this from the booth. We at GSRC covered the Blanc Pond qualifying events, and there was Mad Cow Racing. It was a BMW GT, and it was, cow spotted just all over the thing, and it was easily the team name that we love to cover every single week. I think they were even good. We pulled them into the booth from time to time. They would talk. They were great people. But yeah, I think it was Mad Cow Racing, and that was one of the greater team names around there.
That is awesome. I love when teams don't take themselves too seriously and they're able to have a laugh and still put in good laps and good rate.
We kind of went when I created my team with Michael Robach. we were struggling with the team name because we wanted to be serious, but then we kind of wanted to be silly, and we were kind of trying to land on something in the middle. So we stole a line from Sam Ryman, GSRC commentator. He'll always say, well, they're on the loud pedal. So we stole that and became Loud Pedal Motorsports.
Nice. Oh, man, it's been a while since I talked to Sam. What a great commentator.
He races over the Lionheart IndyCar series, so I get to see him every once in a while.
You know, he actually has been doing some autocross lately. He actually got in and bought a newer MX-5.
Yep.
And he's been racing around with that hard top, and that is an incredible.
But he's also away on real assignment this week. He's working Monster Jam. I know Evan Pasoko, former GSRC commentator and Peak Antifreeze Series commentator, he's done a lot with Monster Jam as well. So it's kind of unique to see some of those guys kind of rise up. I don't know my partner in crime, Jason Galvin, over on the Retro Series broadcasts. He's been working with the NHRA a lot this year.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, we're starting to see a bit more of the sim racing world being broadcast in the real world. You can catch iRacing now on CNS. You know what?
Right. Enough for you to say. CSNBC.
CNS.
Goodness gracious. Now you got me all confused.
And right now we're riding on board with, well, not on board, but just watching them through the cams. We got Oliver Kemmeset. Currently put in a current lap about 140. Still hasn't put in a pole or qualifying lap. No, he's riding with German Sim Racing LMP2 DGFX.
The thing with Coda too is there's a lot of spots where it's very easy to get a 1X, which will nullify a qualifying lap too. So could be worth monitoring in the early parts of the session. But now, since we're talking about them and they've only got here a couple minutes left in their qualifying session, let's bring up the P2 standings as you got German Sim Racing number 169 leading the points, World of Sim Racing in second with Team Huskenveld there in third, Pineapple Racing in fourth, and is that Vapex Racing Group? I'm reading V Apex. Okay, I got it. I just read it as one word. Yeah,
Virtual Apex Racing Group.
See here, nothing else has really changed up on the top. Team Huskenveld still leading qualifying with Real Pixel Motorsports in second. Pixel Motorsports is sitting on the pit road right now. No driver in the car, so they very well might be where they're at. Chunky Pineapple rolling around. CQR Club moving around as well. So there's a lot of drivers moving around on the track because we've got Chunky Pineapple Racing right there on your screen. Now you can see the livery is a pineapple too. So I mean,
not quite the colors. Well, I guess the colors are close.
Definitely stands out on a racetrack that's covered in gray, red, white, blue. Just this little I don't even know what you call that, a blue-green. I grew up with 8 colors in my crayon box, so. See Oliver floating off on the track. He's probably giving up the gusto on that. They've only got probably about 5 minutes left here, if my math is correct. 43, yeah, about 5 minutes left in the session, so still enough time to get out off pit road and get on there. But I feel like if you're not rolling yet, you're probably not going to get a lap in by the checkered flag of the session. And you're talking about. Ooh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say we got a shout out here in chat from Steen Andres for Go Team Vikings. Team Vikings is currently in 9th, not currently on track. Oh no, they are. No, I'm sorry.
In surprisingly a purple and white livery. Go figure. Sometimes the name fits the color scheme. You see Virtual Apex out there, Andy Banfield, he's pulling it into the inside. He's decided he's had enough. If only you could hear the commentary from our director, Sean Ambrose, sometimes. Well, they're rolling. They might get one more crack at it here towards the end of it. Maybe lighten up the fuel a little bit and send it. We got rolling around out there. World of Sim Racing with Andres out there. He's on the ball. Dawson Brock. He's on a flyer right now. He does take to that curve. A little bit of steer back to the other way. Ooh. And then, as we were talking about it, now it's changed up top. Oh, no, it hasn't. I didn't scroll all the way up. So Team Huskenfeld still up there, but now new second spot, Texans Fitzy Motorsports, Dominic Ferreris.
I honestly think these team names are just trying to tongue tie us.
There was a name that tongue tied all of us in the booth during one of those Blancpain events. I still can't get it right.
Racing Corkscrew was one of them.
No, it was a specific driver name. Yeah, we're not gonna go into that one. It tongue tied all of us, and it got to the point that I think Soup was the other commentator at the time. He just went with his own pronunciation, which was about 7 degrees away from correct. I just started calling him Smith. The real name, and it happened. We didn't really get any prep on it either. He dropped into his second car, and the name, and you could even hear the moment where Joe Pete goes, and getting into the car is, oh boy. I'm being corrected in chat. It is Texans is the sponsor. And it makes a sense. The sponsor being part of the team name. You see it in all senses of the real world. See right there, that'd be my team right there. No Luck Esports floating around top in the look like up in the first corner. Team Huskenfeld, Ronnie Fantini. He's trying to get out there and make another flyer at it because now he has been usurped off of the top of the board with Real Pixel Motorsport. Ronald Gross with a flyer up there. You see purple, fastest lap on the broadcast, 51:29. Now we're going to see what Ronnie can answer with out there, or if anybody else can rise up and answer with. Jason Dilworth coming down the main stretch. Elvis Banelo making his way around the final section. On board here with German Simmons, Oliver Kimisette. Again, the 18-19-20 combination to set up the lap. Being on the curves, driving it straight off. A little straighter off. Work on his way up there. Good time. Picked up a couple spots there.
Seeing them go around some of these corners in these cars, I'm just you can imagine the amount of G-forces on some of these kind of wider corners.
Absolutely.
Sweeping corners. It is just incredible to watch. These guys are going like, 80, 90, sometimes even 100 miles through these. I mean, if you actually, can we get Oliver Kimisette back on? I've got my cockpit cam on him. Because if we go to the onboard with them, I mean, you're just watching some of these incredible corners that they take. I mean, right now he's pulling down, 100 miles per hour, coming down this straight, and he's going to go into a sweeping. No, that's right. It's kind of a hard braking zone here. But then as he comes towards the last corners of like 19 and 20, you're seeing huge amounts of speed through the sweeping corner.
Saw the little floating out there on top of the screen. Ronnie Fantini answered the call and went purple. P1 back on top of the P2 standings. P1 of P2 standings. That's kind of an oxymoron statement, but a little bit of oversteer there. But yeah, you're right. I mean, coming through this little stadium section with that left, right, these double rights. I mean, I can't imagine if you had a whole lot of force feedback in the wheel. That's got to feel really interesting too.
It's amazing. It's 130 miles per hour. And you get out there in these cars, and then you've also got, Formula One, and they're even faster than that. Is incredible. The amount of G-forces that you're pulling in there is, you got to be in immense physical shape for that.
Absolutely. Checkered flag out for P2 qualifying. So all of these laps here are going to be it. riding around or following Andy Banfield, working his way through that stadium section, out of 18 into 19 into 20. Can he improve on his time at all? Picked it up a little bit, but not that much. Funky Pineapple pulling it into pit road. That's a phrase you didn't think I was going to wake up and say this morning. Martin Telegard, Team Vikings. He's got a good run going here. Moving up just a couple spots. Still, it looks like it is going to end with Ronnie Fantini with Team Huskenveld up on top of the board. Now, this is where the speed is going to be the P1 car. So this is the hybrids from Audi and Porsche. Nice view from the GSRC Chopper. Well, like helicopter, but GSRC in front of helicopter, you know.
You're good cop, I'm bad cop. It's fine.
Green flag is out, as I can hear my director laughing at me. For you at home, kind of to tell the difference between the two vehicles, the Audi is the one with the kind of the snout nose, like what you would see on the Formula One cars. And the Porsches are kind of the flat, I don't want to say splitter, but that might be the easiest way to describe it. That splitter look in front. These machines can go. A whole bunch of different hybrid settings that they can use, so drivers can use power at various states of the speedway. I'm showing right now that they are on the full send setting.
They are on the go setting. They flip that little yellow switch and hit the green, and it's just, let's rock.
I mean that's my style. I'm not much at harvesting hybrid power. I'm more of the put the right pedal down and let's go. But hybrid power it's becoming a thing more and more in racing. I think a lot of people kind of chuckled at Formula E when it started out, but now Formula E has. And I really feel that Formula E is probably having a reverse effect, reverse engineering effect into what you see on your standard production vehicles. More and more hybrids that can really deliver that power while still getting a lot more life out of the battery. I mean, when Formula E started, they had to have 2 cars per driver so they could run half of a race.
Yeah, Formula E is really interesting. I mean, you lose. A lot of people really kind of not interested in Formula E simply because you lose the sound. It doesn't sound like much. You hear a lot of the transmission really instead of not the 4-bangers, but like the V8s, V12s, V6s that they had for Formula
One. The grumble.
I mean,
or if you're a Formula One fan from the V12 era, that scream.
I always wonder, is like when everybody was complaining about going back to the V6s. And you had this weird sounding V6, and then you had Formula E. Did they still prefer the V6?
I mean, by comparison.
I mean, because by comparison, you've got the sound, or you don't have the sound, and you just have the whine of the transmissions. But, weird.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, so you talk about the scream and missing that kind of sound. I know Formula One has been working on it. When when those hybrids debuted, I was not a fan of it. It sounded like a bunch of lawnmowers racing around the facilities. Now I feel like it's got kind of a grumble to it. It's still there's still that. It'll be interesting with the 2021 regs in Formula One because it seems like the KERS and the hybrid system might be having a lesser portion of the power plant. Still going to be there, but it feels, or from what I can gather and read and rumors, that might not have as much to do with it. IndyCar looking at kind of a hybrid-esque system for their new car coming in 2021, and even NASCAR, they're keeping an eye on hybrid stuff, and that might work its way into NASCAR of all things. In 2022, 23 is I think the timeline that I was saying. looking at there. But speaking of hybrids and speaking of all these different things, let's cover the points for P1. Speaking of P1 right now, that is to Leo Racing Team in their machine, their Porsche.
Those are some incredible times that they're pulling in there. And we've got the P1 standings. We got for first, PCDC Motorsports, number 18. Second is Leo Racing Team, number 47. They're just down 3. Hell Racers, number 19, with that Porsche 919. And SRT Esport, number 29, with SKS Tribute, number 3, pulling in the 5th spot.
It's not the greatest car in the world. It is only a tribute. Props to anybody that catches that reference.
What a tenacious statement.
Ah, there you go. There you see on track the Hellraisers Gluttony. That's another interesting team name. Their prototype working its way probably through the stadium section there, 16, 17. I still feel those double rights, getting it right, is a very crucial part of the lap time.
Oh my gosh. Okay, now if we compare, if you guys actually pull up the spec sheets for this, for P2 and P1, you're looking at about 20 horsepower difference between them. Maybe a little bit more, a little bit less, depending on the car. But if you look at the times, what a difference.
Well, is that the hybrid power, or is that just the extra downforce that these prototype machines have?
I mean, it is just so the motor themselves for both the R18 and the 919 is about 400, 469 dependent, circuit dependent, at least according to the spec sheets. And the actual power put down is about 500 horsepower with the hybrid applied. So with the P2 class, it's 480 just across the board. You know, whatever. I think it's probably a little bit less than that to the crank, whatnot, but it's just an incredible amount.
Well, and you talk about hybrid power and what it can do. Last year, when at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and I think it was the Audi team or was it the Porsche team? I can't remember off the top of my head. There was a standing lap record at Le Mans. It was set back in the 60s or the 70s, I feel. And it was a team that they created the car, top-end speed, no draft, no downforce. It didn't race well, but it went down the straights. Now, this is back when Le Mans had basically, half the track was an oval, when you really break it down. It didn't have the chicanes in there. And they set the lap record, 3 minutes and some odd seconds. And it stood all this time until last year when the lap record was broken with 5 or 6 extra corners versus when they ran in the 70s. So you talk about hybrid power and how it's coming. It's here. I mean, that's impressive that these, 400 or 500 horsepower machines are delivering the power and the torque, of the old, the V8s and the V12s with all sorts of horsepower, and Enzo Ferrari, build an engine and the hell with downforce.
We got to get Bugatti to make some more racing homologated cars and get some of that horsepower. And what it'll be, just be a huge drag strip.
Basically, yes.
Just one big oval of a drag strip. Like a
testing, boggling. A production car.
Engineering. You don't have the aerodynamic engineering that these guys are putting down. So you're not going to see just the raw horsepower beat out any of these, Bugattis and stuff that have been done for, hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars even.
Absolutely. Well, we talked about all sorts of different things. We haven't really been talking too much about the on-track action. As you see, Ricardo Chiavon, the Leo Racing Team, ripping around the circuit of the Americas, currently P1. Joshua Wolf, we spoke to him in the during one of the qualifying sessions. I think it was AM. He's out there. Herpes Baez out there. Hell Racers Gluttony currently sitting P2 on the standings page by a mere half a second over or under Leo Racing Team. You've got the PCDC Motorsports, which makes me think ACDC and Thunderstruck. the beautiful livery on that machine as well. That purple and black really jives together. Manuel Gaynor coming off of turn 20, working his way down the front stretch, setting a very fast time.
And we also got SKS Tribute coming in at third with a 142.9. That was the Manuel Gallinier, I believe is how you say that name.
Just kind of looking around here. Leo's still rolling around out there with Ricardo in the control of that machine. Matthews Hoffman, sorry. A little slower time. Maybe that was just getting it up to speed. Now I think the rails are, or the right engine settings are going to come in there. Dakota just providing great backdrops to all of this action. Like we said in the intro, 130 feet of elevation changes is what one lap is worth. With the big rise up to turn 1, I want to say is almost 60 feet of it. Might be a little off on that, but 60 or 70 feet, I want to say.
I'm actually reading here. It looks like we have three P1 cars actually not out on track or able to put a time down yet. So we got 2 from SRT Esport, LMP Red and LMP Green teams. And then we got Team Huskenveld. Hasn't gone out. And
yeah, Team Huskenveld 78 still sitting on pit road. SRT, green and red, both sitting on pit road. Those are the 3 that I'm seeing. There's another machine that did not make time, and some of the other classes that did not make time in their qualifying session as well.
You know, that's okay. They don't need to do it.
It's a 6-hour race. 6 hours.
6 hour race. I mean, I like to come from the back too. Sometimes, when I did my racing, I'll just hop in and without a qualifying time, just let everybody kind of go by, let them run the race and see where I can make it from the back. It's oh, Sean or Brian.
Got to have a little bit of fun with it. We got a lot of area to fill. Plus, I don't get you too much longer, so I got to get something in there somewhere.
A lot of area to fill.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
I mean, is that a weight joke? Working around here, turn 20, Leo Racing Team. Again, I really feel that in the P1 class, Leo Racing Team is sending a very loud message that if you want the overall win, you are going to have to come through us. Ricardo is out there ripping off very good lap times, 41.9, the first and the only car to break the 42-second class. Or that was Argon, 5th in class. PCDC Xenon is 8th in class. I had my PCDCs backwards there. Satellite Racing working their way up. And Element Sim Racing.
We got about a minute left, I believe.
Haven't seen the call. There it is. There's the call from Race Control. 1 minute left in the session. And you saw it up there on your top left in the countdown box. Racing. They're working on it. Brandon working his way around the speedway.
Checkered flag is out. So as long as they can cross this line, this will be a lap that will count. Not that I need to say that. I mean, it's only because the obvious.
All right. So with this little bit left in the session, we're going to move
to be back on the mic with you. Usually I'm in Sean's position in directing when you've been on lately, but it'll be fun to get some back and forth banter with you.
Absolutely. And then the voice of Ryan Jones as well. He'll be joining us now. Ryan, I've been told that you're from a faraway land, maybe even a land down under.
Yeah, very far away, down in Australia. It's at 2 a.m. in the morning, so struggling to stay awake, but I'm excited for this race because some odds class action, plenty of action, never fails to deliver. Keen.
Yeah, that's the coming to us from SimSpeed TV, Ryan Jones. So yeah, that's the dedication that we bring to you here on GSRC, folks. He's staying up at 2 a.m. in the morning, and he's going to that. So we are going to go to the grid, and we're going to read out all of the names and all of the teams that are going to be joining us here. So Leo Racing Team P1 with SKS Tribute to the outside of row 1. Inside row 2, Hell Racers Gluttony with Element Sim Racing Team out there. Whoa, and we have gotten dark on the speedway. Sorry, I just got a little bit distracted there. Hellraiser Glen, Element Simfire, P4, P5, PCDC Motorsports with German Sim Racing in 6th. 7th, the Torque Freak Racing Sunset with PCDC Xenon in the 8th spot. 9th to Satellite Racing, and rounding out the top 10 in the P1 class is GT Temple Racing LMP.
You skip a little bit down, you get to the LMP2s with Team Boisingfeld starting off them. Real Pixel Motorsports will be next to them on the grid. Texans Fitzy Motorsports starts 3rd in that class. CQR Club will be P4 with Chunky Pineapple Racing in 18th. Nomad Sim Racing HBD 19th overall in World of Sim Racing Team 20th overall. No Luck EM Sports behind them, followed by Adequate Racing. Then you got Team Vikings Fenris. German Sim Racing will be following them. Falk Autotech Sim Racing 111 will be the spot behind them. Then you go to Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew, Funky Pineapple Racing, and V Apex Racing Blue rounding out your field of LMP2s.
GT Pros pole position went to Hellraisers Hearsay, Team Weissenfeld 248, 30th overall alongside them. Row 2 Graphite Racing Pro and SRT Sports East in 32nd. Esports Forecast Pink, I'm just going to call them, from 33rd with the Torque Freak Racing Maggots 34th. Kinetic Racing Speed, Fisher Motorsport, Kinetic Racing Velocity, and BE Sport Racing. F4H Racing Redgate 39th and 40th for Element Sim Racing Water. 41st OATF Esports Broadcast Lime. Two of those teams are going to trip me up all race long. Speedtech Sim Sport 42nd, and rounding out the TT Pro class, Kinetic Racing Surge and Hexa Racing Team Purple.
And in the back here, the GTAM class, Turbium Racing in the 45th overall spot with World of Sim Racing Team Junior. Fresh Pineapple Racing back there, 47th. 48th, TCB Racing with Graphite into the next row with SimTech to their outside. Energy Racing Audi on the inside of the next row with Team Vikings. Usagai Racing. Usagai. I'm messing it up again. Real Pixel Motorsports there at the end of that. You got a couple of the other machines in other higher classes that can qualify. You got Hexa Racing Team Purple in the GT Pro division. In the P2, you've got Team Huskenveld SRTE Sport. Actually, it's P1 division. SRTE Sport Lime or green and red with SROC Racing Shotgun on the field from the GTAM class. There you see them working their way around here. We've had a lighting change, so it caught me off guard immediately on the broadcast. Getting the start staggered up here because you got multi-class racing, so I think they want to keep about 5 seconds a gap between each class. But then once the overall green comes out, we'll be ready to go. Field working their way through the final section. Pace car is going to get out of the way, give it over to Leo Racing Team. With that machine being piloted by Ricardo Chiavon. Pace car is off, working their way through the final corner. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Green flag is out. The 6 hours of COTA is underway with Leo Racing Team getting a great jump down the run to the inside of turn 1, but he's going to face some stiff competition on the outside, and even that, there comes Emmanuel Galliner with a big run around the outside. Leo Racing falling back. Something might be amiss with that machine.
As we come down to the LMP2 class, Fantini got a great jump on the rest of the field. They're all going to pile into turn 1 here. Little bit of 3 wide, but otherwise pretty orderly. Everyone going to get through there safely. Let's go to Ryan with the GT Pro.
Great jump for Hell Racers, heavy off the start. Close racing behind them, side by side, door to door, all the way down through the field into turn 1. They make their way now, and looking like a pretty clean start for most of the field. 1 3 wide action a bit further back, but other than that, nice and clean start for GT Pro.
And now the Audis are underway. The GTAM course working their way, or class working their way into turn 1. Bryce Watson keeping that speed up from qualifying, getting a big jump, very big jump, several car lengths away as the field works its way through the first part of the stadium, or the middle section, modeled after Silverstone. Back out front, though, Ricardo Chavan has made a little recovery, worked his way back up to the second spot, but right now, Emmanuel Galliner in that SKS machine absolutely motored away, sent it in from the high side of turn 1 the long way around, and made a very dominating move right off of the start, trying to establish their lead with a big wiggle, though, coming around that final section.
And it may not seem like it, Brian, but it's important to get yourself some clear because they don't have any traffic right now. So the SKS tribute team probably knows this is when they can get the easiest gap possible without having to try to make risky moves through traffic. Just put the pace down and see if they can get a gap on Chiavon and then use that for later. Really, the battle's for third, if anything. Baz in the Hell Racers Gluttony has got Element Sim Racing Fire all over the back of him, and they're trying to see if they can get on the podium early here.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, try to build that gap before you start running into the slower traffic. Absolutely keeping the front clean on that. Ryan, tell us about what's going on in the back of the pack.
Well, after that great start for Stellan Lindenberg of Hell Racers Heresy, he's been reeled back in by Jansen Kowski, who's now only a couple car lengths behind him, making the way down that main straightaway. They've both broken away from 3rd and 4th, who are also drafting their way up and towards turn 1. A bit of a move from SRT, showing the nose to the inside for 3rd place, up the inside, and a relatively good move. But look at Graphite, look at the run back they got off the exit and through the inside of turn 2. Great scrap here for 3rd place. Looks like Graphite is going to come out on top as they make their way through the S's.
There's that beautiful camera angle looking through that middle part, as we're talking about in the qualifying session. Parts of this track modeled after real courses, that 3 through 7 combo modeled after Silverstone out there in the real world. Now you talk about that gap, though, back out front, Emmanuel Galliner, he's kind of fallen back to Ricardo just a little bit. I don't know what happened on that start. Maybe he had the wrong hybrid setting or something, but he came off of that first corner and just dropped back. Now slowly reeling back in that Audi in front of him.
Yeah, there's a lot of settings to try and keep track of in these cars. I mean, even the pro teams in the real world had trouble trying to make sure that everything was right and worked correctly. Now, granted, it's a little bit more reliable here in sim racing, but even still, you're working with a lot of people who don't do this professionally. So it can be tough, even with someone guiding you, if you've got someone up on the box to try to get it set up. Really, we've got a little bit of action farther down. 7th place, Satellite Racing, followed by Torque Freak. I think they just changed hands for that spot. And then Hoisingveld's number 78 car also following in line as they come up the S's here.
On board of that machine, looking up ahead. Work their way through. That's kind of one of the more technical spots there, the kind of the 8, 9, 10 combo. Get this nice little breather down this stretch, which sets you up for turn 12, or sets you up for turn 11, which is this long straight. And there you go. You got up a lot of speed on braking. You gathered up a lot of distance on braking. Now he's going to try and follow the draft of the Audi in front of him, or the Porsche in front of him, sorry. Working their way down to turn 12. Going to stay in line, not quite far enough back to make a run yet, but just enough to maybe poke a nose out and just show somebody that he's there.
And you talked a little bit about the darkness here because we started at a 7 a.m. virtual standard time start time. That's why it's so dark here out in the middle of October in Texas. And it's only going to get lighter, but that's also going to mean that the conditions are going to change. This is some of the grippy it's going to be, as looks like it's going to be side by side through Turkey. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for the Hoisingveld 78. Josh Wolf, a little bit of elbow grease holding the back there, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, any passing zone is a passing zone if you are brave enough, and that definitely was a move of bravery. But now coming down the front stretch, here comes Andre getting the run back, and it looks like Josh just says, you know what, I'm going to take the defensive line here. If you want to pass me, go around the outside. But now look for the crossover coming back from Andre. Ooh, a little bit of cross it back and forth, almost taking the nose off of that machine, working their way back through the S's.
We've watched Josh race quite a bit on GSRC. He can be pretty aggressive when he wants to be. That wasn't that aggressive of a move, though. He was just...
in the
GT Pros.
GT Pros. Take it off, Ryan.
Decourt coming around the final corner. He's got a Macbeth right in behind him, and just in behind them, one of the prototypes, LMP1s, making their way through the field after starting from the back. And this is a battle for 30th place overall, but third in class. And we'll see how much closer Macbeth needs to get before it makes a move. He's been slowly catching and clutching over the last few laps, and we saw him make that move, an attempt to make it stick, but he couldn't get it done. And it seems like Decourt is proving the cork in the bottle for a few of these GT cars who closed right up a couple laps ago. But I think those LMP1, LMP2 guys that started at the back just dissipated some of the energy from this battle and spread them out a bit. But nonetheless, Macbeth is certainly pressuring him, and certainly Macbeth at least being held up by the Graphite Pro car at the moment. Can't seem to find a way around him.
Got some action in LMP2 here, Brian. Looks like Kemiset just got a position from Paul Van Loan. This is for 8th in LMP2 that they just switched around, and that happened down the backstretch. You can see they're in the stadium section. We probably don't want to duck away from this because look at this absolute train of cars that they've got. Again, everybody's close, and they haven't hit that GT traffic yet, so they really want to try and make hay now.
Yeah, one class is working their way through the AM class, and these P2 cars are just setting their way around. They're going to run across them here in a couple laps, but that's not stopping, German Sim Racing or No Luck Esports. I mean, these guys are all over each other lap after lap, not really getting away. With Ronnie Fantini leading this overall class.
Things are getting a little bit crazy up in the LMP1s as well as we watch this train come onto the backstretch, because the LMP1s are also there amongst those GT cars, and it is completely mixed up around 6th, 7th, 8th place. They're all coming down to the end of the straight. You can see here now into the stadium section. Here's where it gets tricky because they're trying to deal with this traffic as the racing line, Brian, it goes back and forth across the track multiple times here.
Especially if you're in a battle. I mean, that left, right, left, right, left. It's really hard to kind of keep. You can keep momentum, or you can try to make a pass, and you really can't do both. We did miss a pass for the lead overall. Ricardo Schiavon, Leo Racing Team got their way back around Manuel and SKS Tribute, but Manuel hasn't fallen back just yet. And meanwhile, they are still looking through all sorts of traffic as they're catching the back of the BMWs and the Ferraris, and they caught him really in the worst moment through those S's. That is allowing Emmanuel Galliner to stay right on the rear wing of Ricardo Schiavon.
Big thing right here is preserve the car. Yeah, it's tempting to try and make up inroads, especially on that gap since he lost it at the start. But we said it at the start, there's 6 hours of racing here, Brian. You can't let things get over you. There are going to be cautions at some point. You're going to have traffic playing to your favor at some point. You just got to use opportunities that are safe and that are solid, that won't risk bodywork.
Yeah, and we talk about a lot on GSRC as the driver, especially in these long endurance events. You have to keep the red mist at bay. Especially we're on lap 6 overall. We are barely cracking the surface on this race. You don't want to do something that's going to ruin however many hours of preparation and setup building and testing and getting everybody organized. You don't want to throw it away, in this first part trying to be reckless.
Now, update, PCDC Argon has come into the pits. I'm not exactly sure why. I haven't seen him hit anything. I'm trying to look up information. I'll get back to you on that, Brian.
Ooh, I'm just looking on as they're sitting there. There's some right rear damage. I'm going to see if I can find it. Adrian Refsness in that machine right now.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. It must have happened a long time ago if it did, because I went as far back as the backstretch and they haven't hit anything.
And if
meanwhile,
the P2 class.
This is Team Vikings. This is Fenris that we're looking at in the 7th spot. They've got German Sim Racing and DGFX with them. That's, of course, with Kimiset in that car. We saw him make a move a little bit earlier. Once again, weaving through this stadium section. Talk about all the horsepower in these cars. They're downforce cars, remember. So these slow back and forth hairpins can be a little bit frustrating. It's easy to get wheel spin if you get greedy through here, Brian. So you got to stay patient.
Absolutely. And then another, the final course, the final class there, GTAM. Good battle for the lead shaping up in that class. Yeah, Bryce Watson, sorry. That's a name that some might be familiar to some. Holding on to the advantage, but Robert Jan, he's hanging on right off of that rear bumper.
Yeah, he is, and I just watched the change for the lead and GT Pro occur at the same time. Both GT classes with battles for the lead. Heisenfeld just took it away from Hellraiser's Hairseed, but this GTM fight is looking strong as well, because for the opening 6 laps of this affair for these drivers, Bryce Watson has been holding off Robert Jean de Jong. With all this luck, Robert Jean de Jong has had a couple of looks at the end of this back straight into the hairpin, but not quite being close enough to make a move, and I don't think this lap's going to be close enough for him either. I'll stay with it and have a look and see if he can get there. Yeah, he's not going to be close enough, but of course 6 hours of racing is really no need to push the car crazy hard early on. Of course, we're going to have a lot more than just 6 laps of racing today, and for De Jong, just make sure he keeps that car nice and straight, and they can worry about the lead a little bit later on if he doesn't quite have the pace over him to make the move stick.
Getting a little updated note from Stefan Schlocker out there. Looks like there was a major incident. 4 cars involved: German Sim Racing, LMP1, World of Sim Racing, and Satellite Racing. That was where the damage that we saw on the 18. We don't need to go back to it, but it just as a footnote is why we were all kind of lost in that shuffle. I'll tell you what, though, let's jump up here to the P6 overall battle. Brandon Gracia, he's got it over Marcel Egbers, who that's another car that's floating back there. There was a couple of cars where I went to look at it when Ryan was informing us about that battle that were real close, and then just like everybody got, or just like anything in life, they got a little shy and everybody split back up apart from each other. Joshua Wolf, though, Torque Freak Racing, he's starting to motor away just a little bit in 5th. Now, we talked to him during qualifying, and he said they felt that they had the pace. They just didn't have the hot lap speed. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. He's about 18 seconds back overall from Ricardo Schiavone, who is just laying some blistering lap times out there.
Yeah, it's not whoever's quickest over a single lap. It's who can keep that pace up. Schiavone looks to be handling it pretty well. The traffic has certainly helped out. There's about 5 seconds difference between Leo Racing and SKS right now, Brian. They've got a lot of clear track as well ahead of them.
Back to some LMP2 machines here.
Yeah, they've hit the GT3 traffic, which is not going to be fun for them for sure.
I saw the battle. Where was it? Like Jason Dilworth back there. He's going to be holding off a mad charge. Just back off of that, though. Andreas Quintana, he had to make a pretty aggressive maneuver in there. But now you've got some of the P2 class basically kind of overall in that section, 4th, 5th, and 6th, I believe, that are right on top of each other.
Absolutely. And once again, catching them in the more technical portions. Dilworth still dealing with Lyndon Swaby out there. I think Pegleg's going to let him go because he can easily get around the outside, but you can see dipped a little bit off. Now, they don't have an incident limit in this series, Brian, but they they do penalize you for taking too many off tracks, and that can eventually lead to drive-throughs and stop and go. So you got to try and do your best to keep it within the bounds. As we got some side-by-side action between CQR and World of Sim Racing, but CQR is going to get boxed in, so Quintana is going to be able to take that 5th position away easily.
And I don't think Quintana made a friend out of Christian Rose there, because he kind of used the slower Audi there as a pick and was able to force his way around. And having been in that spot, it doesn't really make you feel warm and fuzzies about the guy that moved that to you. So now we'll have to see if he can, if Christian can get it wound back up and get back onto the rear bumper. That's my NASCAR talk. The rear wing of the car in front of him.
Well, speaking of NASCAR, somebody's had a problem out here. One of the GT cars. Yeah, when you race someone like that, though, everybody makes a mental note. Like, all right, that's how we're going to play. And racers remember. Now, what happened here, Ryan, with Farquhar?
Looks like Farquhar's just lost it coming around the outside of the corner, got on the throttle a bit too eagerly and lost control of that car, lost the rear and spins it around. Good job though, he's not going to hit the wall or any other cars, so no damage to himself or the team's car, but unfortunately that's going to cost him a bit of time in this one. He was running around in about 4th or 5th place, he's dropped all the way back now.
Sorry to interrupt, but Schiavon has wrecked. He's hit, it looks like Pedro Diaz in Funky Pineapple's LMP2 car, and that put him back into 2nd place with big damage. This happened in the S's, so I think we'll need to back up a little bit from here. The car looks fine from that. Yeah, here's where it happened. Yeah, they were both trying to get around the GT car, and unfortunately just timed it wrong.
I wondered, because I glanced over at the timing of the scoring. With 60 entrants today, forgive us if you miss a GJ. Yeah, a lot going on. But I glanced over at the timing and scoring, and I noticed that Ricardo had lost the lead, and now I think we figured out why. But he hit that car about as square as he could, no damage that I could see on that Leo Racing machine. He
came out way better than the Pineapple Racing car. Unfortunately, severe damage on that LMP2. He's certainly going to have to take it into pits.
Well, now with I wonder if that's going to be an event that Race Control is going to look into, and maybe a penalty could be awarded to that Leo Racing team. So it could be worth going to be looking at here, keeping an eye on as the event rolls on. Oh, he's just getting caught up and catching these GT cars in the wrong spots, and that's just allowing Emmanuel Galliner in SKS to just motor away. And that's bringing Hell Racers up into it as well.
I can tell you right now that I'm checking their notes, and they've already got front to rear contact into turn 7, so I think they're taking a look at that.
Yeah, it's in the F1 broadcast, it's the stewards that are investigating.
Yep, exactly.
And actually, I see some side pod damage on the side of that Leo Racing machine as well, which is just allowing Hampus Baez to get real close on the rear wing with that Hell Racers gluttony machine. Really one of my favorite paint schemes that I'm seeing out here so far. Just the color combinations is spectacular. It's really easy to pick up on the broadcast.
Where that's really going to hurt them is through the S's when they need perfect downforce and perfect handling, and then along the straights. You don't want drag on these cars or these long straights. Here's some of those fast corners that they have to deal with right here, getting by some more LMP2s. So those are the spots where it's going to hurt the most. But these are very interchangeable cars, so we might be able to get that replaced when they come in for repairs. As we go over the GT Pros, Ryan, sounds like we got some action.
You got a fantastic 4-car battle beginning with our pole-sitter for this class, Hell Racers Heresy. They've dropped back, and now they're coming under siege from Casper DeCourt, Sean Macbeth, and Anti Slumminham, as I butcher as many names as I can there. I'm sorry about that, guys. But yeah, these guys all line astern and making the way just around into this tight technical section of the racetrack. And looks like these guys getting gun shy as soon as we go to them once again. But I think they were 2x2, just a few corners ago, but no one's going to be able to make a move. They're all a bit too spread out at the moment, but they're going to get the draft down the main straight and then down the back straight again. They'll close back up and hopefully get some good racing in a few laps' time.
Just a quick update. The German Sim Racing number 7 car has unfortunately come into the pits. I'm not exactly sure what happened. We got a lot of action up at 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Yeah.
Is everybody coming onto the backstretch here? That's Josh Wolf trying to get away from all the action.
He's trying to run and hide, but right now Brandon in the satellite racing machine, he's trying to check out, but you see a whole bunch of P1 machines. Oof, goodness gracious, trying to work their way through turn 12, getting caught up there. I think that was one of the GTAM machines. And it looks like, am I reading that right in the race control? Penalty coming? Stop hold.
Yeah.
Ooh, 60-second stop hold penalty. That's going to hurt.
And that was Marcel Egbers, who we just saw in. So that's why they came in. It was for the number 60, or excuse me, the number 7, rather.
See the machine out there rolling around now.
They've gotten back out. They are last in their class other than the number 18 of PCDC Argon. So they've at least got one car behind them in class, and they're not too far behind. Williams is up ahead of them in the number 59 SRT Red. And again, a caution could bring them back in. As we take a glance at the action here in the HPDs, this is between, let's see,
it's like Stoffelmehl in the Chunky racing machine. He's trying to get away from Jason Dilworth, that Nomad racing machine. And there's some, P1 machines floating through there. There's all sorts of going on here.
Yeah, down to the end of the backstretch. Dominic up ahead of them in the Texans Fitzy car. Looks well clear by the time they get to that braking of turn 12, which you really want to be, because that's one of the hardest braking zones on this track. Easy spot, popular spot to try and overtake.
Just seeing the race control note there in the chat. Egbers, black flag, 60 seconds avoidable contact. And there's the yin to the yang there, so we're looking up the rear wing here.
Yeah, the stewards really insist on clean racing, and it's understandable. You talk about it's a lot for us to keep track. Imagine being down there on the track, Brian, with 60 cars, 59 other cars racing at the same time.
Yep, no thank you.
and wildly, I mean, think of the difference that we've got between the fastest LMP1 running 143s versus some of the back markers GT3s, the GTMs, who were running 205. So pretty big gap between them.
This GT Pro battles are continuing to boil away here for second place in class, but it's a case of we got 4 cars pretty close on track, but none of them making any inroads on each other because they've been in a stalemate for a few laps now, and just happy to settle in. Maybe save a little bit of fuel in the draft of the cars in front down these 2 main straights they get around this racetrack. But at the moment, it's looking like Lindenberg and that Hellraiser's Hertz car, pole position lap time for them in class, but not having the same race pace as you might expect from them because they've lost the lead of the GT Pros, and looking like they at some point will probably lose second place and maybe more spots in GT Pro as well. So Hellraiser's Hertz want to tune that car up as best they can and try and find some more speed, because at the moment it might be just a bit under threat.
Looks like we've been having some back and forth down here in the AMs as well up at the front. This is Watson with the Turbium Racing team still trying to keep back Fresh Pineapple. So the various Pineapple teams, Ryan, are looking really good today.
Yeah, they are. That Fresh Pineapple Racing team, I love that name. That's a pretty cool team name. They've been harassing the back of Bryce Watson's car for pretty much since the start of this race, and we saw them at one point very close together, but Watson's found a little bit in the last lap or so and pulled out maybe another car length or 2 over Jan de Jong, which has certainly helped him in this battle. And as LMP2s and LMP1s continue to make their way through them as they cycle around the track, the battle ebbs and flows as they get caught in right and wrong spots.
And I think we've got Shiavon in, our former leader in the LMP1s. I'm checking to see if this is due to a black flag.
I was looking at some of the race control
Yes, it is.
notes. Yeah, and I'm seeing the official. I'm seeing that. Yeah, everybody else is. I've got enough screens going on here.
Yeah, 60 seconds stop and hold. I can confirm for you. I've got it figured out here.
All right. So there we go. So that's going on there. So that's, I mean, it's a stop hold, but hey, you know what? They might be able to get a little bit of that damage repaired. The car is obviously fast enough. So if they take their time and work through it, maybe catch a little bit of misfortune from some of the other machines, they can get up there. Let's go back to the
10th place in LMP2 is having some fun here. This is Dawson Brock in the Torque Freak Corkscrew car. He's got Ronald Gross close behind, trying to take that top 10 away from them as they come out of the backstretch and into the stadium section once more. We've already been seeing between the qualifying and warm-up and now a fair bit of racing. Look at how dark the racing line is getting. It's so early in the race. This track is going to be incredibly grippy before it starts to get hot out, because we're only 7:30 in the morning here, Brian.
I was just gonna say, no need to adjust your monitors. That is the natural lighting floating up here in the Texas sky. 7:30 in the morning. You see the air temp and the track temp, cool, balmy 65 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm sure our Celsius fans just saw that and said, I thought they said it was cool. Back, yeah, GTM battle, Ryan. What's going on back there?
Fresh Pineapple Racing have closed right up onto the back of Terbium Racing, but here we go. We've got a LMP1 car going to get himself and make himself a nuisance. Ooh, that was all a little bit messy there. Almost ran up into the back of the GTM leader. Good job not to make contact though, but unfortunately what that's done is it's opened up the gap between the two AM-class leaders by a couple of car lengths, but still extremely close battle. And looks like Dan DeJong's finding a little bit of pace now.
Ooh, we've had some big trouble. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Chunky Pineapple had a car into its side, and this is in turn 11. Looks like that was initially Nosing in the LMP2s, and then they got another one. I think that was a GTM that hit them. That was Gabriel Roos in the Kinetic Racing Speed 260.
What started all of that was our good old friend Netco, because there was easily a foot of difference there between Chunky Pineapple and the LMP1 machine that got in touch with them. They were, I mean, it was going to be tight on corner end to exit, but there. Ooh, and then BMW just smashing into it. A couple other guys squeaking by.
Correction, that was GT Pro that hit him there with Roos in the car. And what was amazing about that, Sean, or excuse me, Brian, is it could have been a whole lot worse. Because you saw how many cars were all around them having to take avoiding action at that moment. So that everybody did a good job being heads up.
Yeah, and you notice the whole front end of the DC machine Xenon gone, and now they are rolling on the pit road, not surprisingly, hoping to get a front clip on that and continue on their 6 hours of COTA.
You've got a change for the lead in GTM. It's I can't quite see it, thanks to my racing, but it's occurred somewhere after turn 1 between the back straight of this lap. Robert Jean de Jong leads this race, and Bryce Watson has fallen back into second after holding him off the first 14 laps. He's finally lost the lead. We'll get a replay up for you, and we'll have a look at how this one's occurred. Heading through into the S's, it looks like, and that's a great move up the inside, side by side through the S's, and through all of that, coming out on top, Fresh Pineapple Racing into the lead of GTN.
It seemed like he could catch him, but he couldn't quite get there. But then finally, through those S's, he got the run, but now he's going to have to be on the defense.
Yeah, it looks that way, but we'll see whether he can pull out a gap once he gets back into rhythm here, because Terbium Racing, no slouch in GTM. They did, of course, start this one from pole position in this class, but Fresh Pineapple looks to have the measure of them in the race pace.
Looks like Kimisette not out of the action yet. He's been in the thick of it a lot here, Brian. The number 169 being chased by Tilegard, the Vikings Fenris car. He's got that hammer out and is trying to bang away to get that spot away.
Yeah, Kimisette actually got around the Viking machine of Tilegard right there. So that's going to be once the line hits here and updates the scoring. And here we go on the GSRC replay. You will see just how Oliver made that move. Or the other way around. Sorry.
Yeah, we're back live now. Kimisette trying to
caught
put
the other end of it.
in there.
I just saw it coming off of pit road.
Yeah, that was Giovanni.
Yep, Giovanni is back rolling.
I think that was a scheduled stop, Brian. We're just about at that mark. They can go usually about a half an hour in these LMP1s. So that would track that he probably came in and decided, well, might as well get it done, see if the caution could maybe bring me back into things if we get one here. And I'm actually impressed with the racing so far. We've had a few sloppy moments, but we haven't had any caution throwing moments yet.
Correct, yes. I mean, and we talked about it in qualifying. The series does do full course yellows. They even do a red flag, which is unique to anything I've ever seen on the iRacing service. So, I mean, long race to go for Giovanni. He can get up there.
Yeah, I think they saved the red flag for if there's server issues, so sort of a virtual thunderstorm or something, if you will. They have to restart things.
Been in some of those virtual thunderstorms. It's not fun.
P10 in GT Pro's got a good battle going on at the moment. Element Sim Racing, Water, Speed Check, Sim Sport, and there's a bunch of LMP2s and LMP1s getting themselves involved in this battle as well. I'm actually struggling to find it on my screen at the moment. I apologize.
On screen, though, it looks like that Porsche is just getting away. Well, not super far. You got that BMW there. Just keeping it close enough. It's kind of the middle car. He's trying to chase it. He's trying to be the chaser and the chasee, all at the same time. Like every time I start to find a battle, it fizzles out before I can get a chance to call up and talk about it. So I'm scanning through the front.
If you want the LMP1s, because Guarcia is catching up to Hoffman there. This is Element Sim Racing Fire leading Satellite Racing through the stadium section. They were down to within 0.2 of a second onto the backstretch here, Brian. So he was awful close, but it looks like it may be more in a straight line that the 64 was employing some of that hybrid power, because you can see he's dropped back now. And that will make a difference in this racing, is how you use and when you use the battery of the car to boost. And that's even different between the two makes of cars. Now, these are both Audis, Brian, so they're even on that terms, but you can still have different philosophies on when you want to use it.
One is myself. I haven't done a whole lot of racing with these machines, so I'm not sure all of the settings. I just know that when you look in the control settings in the game and you look over and you see all those other different options, I just kind of assume that ties to these cars.
I mean, I'm not much better. I know button make go fast. So.
Well, you're talking to a NASCAR guy that right pedal, go fast now. I mean, literally, I'm just looking at the in-car adjustments panel on the iRacing thing, on iRacing's settings, and I have to scroll several times to get from the top to the bottom of the list. So I can't imagine having that many buttons tied to that many things and knowing what they're doing, and just try to, because you're trying to harvest the hybrid, then you're trying to deploy it, and then, oh yeah, by the way, you have to drive a race car.
Someone needs to talk to Sim Stickers about sponsoring this series, I think.
It's a natural tie-in.
GTNs have a great battle going on. This is for P4. Florian Hohen, sorry, is trying to hold off Usterhoist. The names don't get easier for me. It's too early in the morning for this. There's this is Graphite Racing M and TSB Racing, the 2 teams involved, and TSB Racing. And I tell you what, the curse of going to a battle appears to have struck again, because certainly not close enough for a move at the moment.
This
is the one time everybody wants us to go to their battle on GSRC.
LMP2 we got on screen there.
It's like Dawson Brock. Remember, he was having some fun with Gross before, and he hasn't fallen away yet. Real Pixel Motorsport, however, looking maybe a little bit more in his mirrors, because this is World Sim Racing's 151 car, trailing down into the hairpin of 12. They're dealing with a little bit of traffic, and don't forget Tile Guard actually now. Wow, when did Brock catch Tile Guard in front of him? So this is actually all coming together. If anything, 4 cars within class now fighting for what is effectively 8th position in LMP2.
Overly corrected in chat that apparently the LMP1s, it's just 1 or 2 buttons. That really is all you need. So much for my little brain.
To confuse you.
Yeah, the rest are just buttons. Oh, man, Ronald Gross trying to hang on to it in that LMP battle that we just kind of stepped away from. Caught up with a lap car. Meanwhile, back up there, LMP1. That's a dogfight up there.
Yeah, Gordosia still very much in it with Hoffman. They're going to be coming through Turkey now as they go around the outside of Mark Torres in the Kinetic Racing GT Pro car. Very easy, a lot easier to do, but as the race goes on, if people get a little bit thinned out, people are going to tend to stay more on the racing line. That's going to be bad news as the marbles start to build up on the outside. And those LMP1s and LMP2s are going to be a little bit more loath to try and make those outside moves.
And the bold will be rewarded when those moves start to come. Still getting a little lighter out there. Still keeping an eye on this battle, too. I mean, just Satellite Racing's hanging on to it. And I'm watching Matthias there in the Element Sim Racing region. He is just driving that Audi for everything it is worth.
Credit to Satellite. That 64 car has come up from 9th on the grid, now onto the podium. Basically, I mean, obviously they've got good pace because they're still within about 20 seconds of the leader. But, I mean, it's effectively surviving where others have not. Picked their way through that traffic successfully, made sure to keep the car whole, which we keep talking about. That's important. And look at them pull away down the straight here as well, making great, efficient use of the hybrid power to keep themselves safe from Hoffman. You can't pass them if you're only close in the little twisty bits where it's hard to get by.
Okay. Keep them in that technical spot. That's the way to be. Let's jump back to LMP2. And find that. That is adequate racing.
Yeah, we're still down amongst this group that's sort of in the mid-pack in the LMP2s that are battling. They've still got more traffic in front. Lindbergh, I think, in the GT Pros. They're starting to get up to the lead of the GT Pros, and that's always a little bit more tricky if you catch them close to each other, Brian, because they don't want to give up too much time, as poor Middleton, their inadequate, was chopped off by Lindbergh. And you can see how much that, unfortunately, gives away to the car behind. Also an LMP2, Chemisette, who's trying to do something with it, but there's just nothing there.
Lindbergh drove that car. I didn't hear a car inside. But yeah, you're right. That did break up that momentum. That allowed Chemisette to get back up towards the rear wing. On board right now with Chemisette, going down this long, what's affectionately called the backstretch here at Coda, setting up the run to turn 12. Not quite close enough to make a move just yet. Diving it down there and keeping it close. And then just in front of them, this Chunky Pineapple has had a very interesting start to their race.
A bit of a chunky race, I guess you could say, but they're still in the top 5, so it's not too bad. And I think we had to change of position from 9th, as Ronald Gross just got by Martin Talgard in the LMP2s. That could give an opportunity to Quintana, but I don't think he's able to take advantage. Still great move by Gross down to 12. Now, wait, there, before we go to replay, tile guard. Wow. Not often you can see successful passes on that second hairpin there. That is brave stuff, Brian.
That was sending it right there.
Or, excuse me, Quintana that made the move, rather. You got to be careful when you do those, too, because if, like you said, if you don't hear that call that someone's to your inside, then you could chop down, and suddenly, next thing you know, both of you are sitting sideways on the track. Looks like the Hell Racers Gluttony car pitting now. And Luis Emberton has gotten in for the GT Temple number 9.
Looks like standard. No, yeah, Lewis Emberton is in now. So a little bit of a pit stop and a driver change.
Yep, they're back out. By the way,
of 2 drivers and maximum of 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and by the way, we should mention that our former leader, the Leo Racing team, they only took fuel and tires that time. They did not change drivers. Still Shiavon in that car.
Looks like they have Danleo Piazza waiting in the wings for that one. I mean, lap time wise, I mean, just to add insult to injury for Shiavon, they're ripping off lap times faster than anybody.
Well, again, it's a long race, and they are a lap down, but that's with the pit stop. The real test will be where they come out in comparison to Galanier, the number 3 in SKS, once they take their stop, which should be pretty soon here.
Galanier is on pit road right now. Or, nope, not right now. Sorry, that was a weird glitch on my scoring. I thought I saw him on pit road. Never mind.
Yep. Heading around still. That Chunky Pineapple Racing would probably like things to calm down. Ooh, in the background, I thought I saw contact between Kemeset and Santowski. That was the GT. That was our GTE Pro Leader, I think. We might want to replay here. See if there was actual contact. It was very close, and this was because it looks like Kemeset spun his tires. Here it is in the final corner. Watch. Ooh, it was tight, but I think he avoided him.
It was full pucker right there.
And I mean, that's the nature of multi-class endurance racing, is you could do everything right, and still there are things that are out of your control that sometimes can happen to you. There he was at least heads up, got out of it before he hit him. But sometimes, you know, if he spins directly in front of you sideways, there's little you can do to avoid that car.
P9 for GT Pro has heated up a bit. There we go, 36th, 37th overall. Jake Farquhar putting on the target lock on the back of Nils Hundage, Element Sim Racing Water, and they've got GTM car right in front of them, holding up that Element car, and this is allowed. Oh, that's allowed him right up to the back, but that was a little bit of a bad spot for the Audi to be for Jake Farquhar, and that's cost him all the time he gained on that Element car in front of him, and now he's going to have to work hard to get that all back, and this back straight will help, but certainly puts to rest that battle for another few corners at least. The curse strikes again, and I'll keep looking out. Most of the GT Pro field has actually strung themselves out quite a bit at the moment. That's probably the closest battle in GT Pro, and GTM, a similar story for the pole sitter for that class of Bryce Watson. He's starting to fall back throughout the stint, and he's starting to fall into the clutches of third place Speedtech Sim Sports over Bradley Mall. Just to give you an update on that one, but other than that, all smooth sailing in GT.
Quick update here, Brian. We've got our overall leader in. Same thing with second place. Matthias Hoffman and the Element Sim Racing Fire have now stopped and heading towards their box. Looks like this is about as far as most of these LMP ones are going to be able to go. Hoisingfeld 78 pitting, and I think we're waiting on Hampus Baz, excuse me, to come in from 5th. That'll be the last of them.
What I was looking at just before that, just up pit road just a bit, was Chunky Pineapple in the LMP2. They are on pit road. It's like Gallon are staying in the machine 4 fresh tires, full of fuel, and away goes the SKS machine.
Gonna come back out, but behind Guardia. The satellite racing car is already done with his stop, had a much quicker stop. I think Guardia elected not to take tires from what I'm seeing. We'll send Steph to see if he can investigate on that, but he's now taken the lead over, and it's not by a whole lot. The battle is on here, Brian.
He's got the machine there of Galliner, the SKS machine breathing all over him, applying the pressure, going for the intimidation factor. Brandon has his tires off the temp for what it's worth, whereas with the fresh tires of that SKS machine, trying to get them up the temp, but then it looks like a GT Pro car is going to bundle all that back together. Here comes Galliner. He's probably on the button right now, trying to use the draft, trying to get close enough, showing the nose. I can be there if I want to, but decides to fall back in line. And then just off of that, just to make matters even more interesting, the already fast car of Giovanni, the Leo Racing team. He's watching this battle with a very curious eye right now, seeing if he could pick his way through there and try to run away. But right now, Galliner all over the rear wing of Guardia.
Giovanni, though, is a lap down, we should note, so he's not for position right now, but you're right. He probably wants to get this back because they've now pitted, so he needs to get in front of them in case there is a caution so that he can get his lap back.
This is where the moment in the driver's seat that you gotta grip that steering wheel just a little bit tighter, brake a little bit later, and just you gotta get up on it and get after it. Look at this camera looking up there's a front splitter basically of Galliner looking up to Guardia.
And as Gallinier is unfortunately way deep into turn 1, and Guardia was on the button on the front stretch very clearly. That's what I was going wow about, is he pulled away something fierce. And at a critical time, look at this, he's put a car between himself and the S's and Gallinier, and now he's going to get a few more. This is exactly when he needed to get by, because he's obviously being slowed up, but he's being slowed up as the car behind is separated from him, so he can't get an opportunity.
And he got through that lap traffic a lot better at the moment, or so we thought, over Galliner. But now Galliner has caught it right back up, back down this long back stretch. I think Galliner's on the button. Both of them are on the button. Heck, those cars have topped out at pretty much the exact same speed, trying to work their way through some of the other GT machines. Real close on braking, not quite close enough to make the move.
Getting past Oosterhouse, and then all this, Giovanni, poor Leo Racing car, has not been able to get by them, despite the pace that he's had. Now, he is on slightly older tires, but it shouldn't affect him too badly in these cars. The tires are pretty good on these LMP ones over a stint, especially with these cool conditions. And in fact, he's losing time now, it looks like, with the traffic, because the front two have just been slicing through the field.
And I feel like maybe Giovanni hasn't gotten through the traffic as good as the two leaders, and that's part of what's keeping that gap in place for the drivers. Because I mean, I imagine he's frustrated trying to get back up, trying to get that lead lap back, but it's just not quite working out for that machine.
Yeah, and you talked about the red mist earlier. It's not just on trying to make aggressive moves. It's also in the sense of overdriving the car, and when something like this happens where you find yourself set down in the field where you should be higher based on your pace, he can't let himself make mistakes. He needs to drive as if he is up at the top and just hit your marks, run the best pace that you can without trying to go over the limit and get something that the car doesn't have.
Watching this battle for the overall lead is just fascinating. I mean, they're working their way through the front half of the section, down the long back stretch, the run to turn 12. Galliner standing right with that satellite racing machine, but just doesn't quite have enough to get up there and pass him.
We had an incident just in front of them. Martin Teilgaard got tipped around by Emerton. Teilgaard in the LMP2s, Emerton in the LMP1s. So turn 12, he found himself facing the wrong way. Let's take a look exactly what happened. Looked more like just Emerton maybe didn't anticipate the difference in braking between the two prototypes.
And kind of a classic look of that right there. I wondered what the skid marks were when the camera looked at the leaders going through there, and now we see the answer to that.
Tygaard either got some damage or decided now is as good a time as any to come in for repairs because the Vikings 102 car is now in the pits.
Well, I mean, that close probably wasn't working. Probably a good idea to just bring it. If you're close enough to the window, you're close enough to pit road, bring it in, get the damage fixed, if any, and just get it reset back out there.
Here's a bit of action in GT Pro P3. And Casper de Court is trying to hold off Macbeth, who's shoved the nose to the inside at turn 1. He leaves him the room. And side by side, they almost make contact coming off the exit of the corner. But as we saw earlier on in the race, he tried to make that same move. The run off the corner for Graphite Racing Pro is just too strong for the SRT car to hold it around the outside of turn 2. And that battle is heating up now. And remember that battle for ninth place we touched on in GT Pro a little bit earlier. Jake Farquhar did eventually find his way around that Element Racing car in front of him. He did that very easy, coming off turn 12 and into turn 13. And you'll see here Macbeth closing up on the brakes, and we'll see if he gets a draft. There's an LMP2 car just in behind them. We'll clean them up down this back straightaway, and Macbeth is firmly in the draft of Casper de Court now, making his way down the back straight into turn 12. You'll see on the left of screen that LMP2 go blazing on by both drivers, and Macbeth tries to pinch a bit of a draft from him, and oh, look how late he is on the brakes, and oh no, just gets a bit loose on exit, and Court had to check up massively to avoid getting into the back of him. Great heads-up driving from de Court not to make contact. I don't believe they did. It was certainly very close if they didn't. But after all that, Macbeth still hasn't found his way around it.
With a high-risk or a high-reward maneuver, usually there's a high risk associated with it as well. And you saw it just get a little squirrely off the corner. Just kind of undid all of the hard work that he had put together there. Searching back here.
Well, while that GT action has been going on, I can tell you that Galinier is still very close to Garcia. And Leo's racing team, Chiavon, got to within just inches of them. I thought he was going to try and make the pass, and I wasn't sure if they were going to try and just let him by. They might have another opportunity here, because here they come upon Tygaard, the Fenris car, the Vikings car that we were talking about pitting recently. I thought he was going to check them up, and he did, at least on the second place car. So Chiavon finally will get one. Look how fast he is down the straight here. Just blows on by. Garcia not close enough. Oh! Tries to come back through. That's a lapped car. You don't need to race them as they come together. Carter's not going to be happy about that one.
No, that's definitely how to not make friends on a racetrack 101. Just dives it in, trying to catch him by surprise. And Chiavon just turns in like, okay, you tried that. Now you're going to see what happens. Now that's going to set Chiavon free a little bit to go up there and try to race the satellite racing team. I mean, the pace in that, in Leo Racing, the pace that Chiavon has shown, I mean, it's no surprise that he's able to get up there and race with the leaders, but he's got a long road to hoe to bring it back. Now, he does have over 5 hours left in the race, but it all has to add up somewhere. Goodness gracious, that GT car picked a perfect time to jump into that battle right there.
Thankfully, they managed to avoid it, but you could see just how quickly, how long were they together, Brian? Because that was, what, a good 10-minute battle for the lead. And just like that, in one lap, Galinier is now 2.5 seconds back and multiple cars between them. That's how quickly things can change around here. You do have to take advantage of things when they come. You just got to make those decisions with a lot of discretion.
Well, now Chiavon, he's turned up the jets a little bit. He's closed that gap back up to Garcia. Had the extra influence.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Close enough. He's closed that gap up just a little bit as Brandon is trying to work his way through some of the slower traffic. As Chiavon he's really liking that late break maneuver, but oh, and he gets caught up behind a GT, which is now going to bring Gallagher back up to the rear wing as well.
And based on what happened before, I don't think Gallagher is just going to sit back here and let him run in front of him. He knows that he can't let him get his lap back because of his pace. That'll bring him back into the race. That's probably why you saw him be so aggressive. He doesn't need to fight him, but he's thinking far ahead at this point.
Well, it's the old rule in racing. I mean, you don't race guys and don't try and hold guys back that can't beat you. And when you look at Giovanni, they know he sat one of the fastest laps in practice. He was on the overall pole, and and I'm sure that the spotters and some of the teammates for those other drivers, they got to be saying, hey, you got to hold the 47 back. He's got pace. So you saw, Gallagher trying it as best as he could, but then, unfortunately, Giovanni, just with that overall pace in that machine, he's able to just squirt back away.
I think we had a change of drivers with Real Pixels number 112. They've come into the pits. It looks like Jakob Lehman is in that 112 now.
She comes back to life. They were second in that class. CQR Club, Christian Rose, a very good lead right now. Although I think Fantini, who was the leader in that class, has pitted as well for fuel. Now, it wouldn't surprise me to see that 101 machine cycle back up to the lead. He's been leading LMP2 pretty easy, as easy as racing comes for the first. We're just crossing the ticker over in the first hour almost of the race.
This is the part of the race, honestly, that I like here, Brian, is because it's not constant action nearly as much. You kind of are able to get in with your team and say, all right, here's the goal. Hit these times. We're going to be pitting at this many laps. Just go out and drive. Deal with the traffic as it comes and drive. Because at the start of the race, we saw how frantic it was. I always hated my team because I was safe with the car. They'd stick me in the first stint, and I'd come out super frazzled because it's just you have no time to relax it, especially if it's those hour-long stints. It's an hour of constant focus, and you're physically exhausted, even though it's sim racing, just because your mind can't turn off.
Ryan, you got a battle back there for GT Pro?
Yeah, that battle between Graphite Pro and SRT Esports East has resumed. Both cars have made pit stops since we last saw them on track. And the same drivers in the cars, no driver change for them, but Graphite certainly feeling the pressure. Macbeth has 2 stabs at this battle at least, trying to get by him, but he's not quite been able to make it work. He was side by side, he tried the outside down the back straightaway, and that didn't work either, so he's struggling to make this one stick, and I'm sure he was hoping to get a driver change and get someone else in to have a crack at this Graphite car, but at the moment this is turning into a great battle for P3 in the GT Pro class, or what should be P3 once all the pit stops in GT shake themselves out. Only a couple teams yet to make the stop, including the GT class leader. Let's see, he's going to be quite close here coming out down the back straight, and he is very close indeed. He's going to get a very, very solid draft here, and with all said and done, he should be close enough to make a lunge up the inside. But look at that defensive line from Casper de Court. Going to make it difficult for Macbeth to get this move done. I wonder if he's going to look for the crossover here in the hairpin, but can't quite get the turn in that he's looking for. But this is an interesting battle, this one, and de Court going a bit defensive 1 hour into the 6-hour race. He's obliged to do that if he wants to, but I'm sure Macbeth is getting a little bit frustrated back there.
Right into the mix, and there comes the LMP1 machine floating through there just to break up that battle just for a little bit. De Court looks like he's able to hold serve over Macbeth, making a run at it.
He is, and Macbeth's probably going to try and find out somewhere else on the track he can make the move. Maybe into turn 1, he tried it there earlier on. He knows that the Graphite Pro car gets the run out of the exit to turn 1 that makes it impossible to, well, not impossible, it makes it very difficult for him. He's tried the back straight, and he's discovered that that car breaks loose on the exit, and you almost make contact with the car you're trying to pass. So, to be honest with you, that's your 2 best overtaking spots on this racetrack. So, he's got to try and do something a little bit differently to make his way past this car. Maybe look for a better run through the S's here and through the next set of corners try and use some of these faster cars as a bit of a pick. If he knows that they're going to catch that graphite car in a poor spot and maybe hold him up, use that to his advantage. That right there, that LMP1 car just held up at Casper Decor a little bit as he turned into the corner. He had to lift off, and now Macbeth is even closer than he was last time around. And once again, don't go for that lunge up the inside here, because you're not going to get the run down the back straight, and he's going to make it all too easy for Casper Decor to retain that spot. But I'll tell you what, Decor's doing a great job and exemplifying how good of a driver he is there. This is how you defend without being too aggressive, because he's just hitting his marks. He's taken a bit of a defensive line a couple of laps, but other than that, hitting his marks, driving to it as Macbeth went a bit too late on the brakes into the left rear of Decor. We'll get a quick replay up on screen of that. Decor had to open up the steering to avoid being spun around by that SRT car, who certainly now is showing his frustrations, and this bit of contact adds to the spectacle between these two drivers. And I wouldn't blame Decor for going a bit defensive every now and then, and a bit of a grudge match now between these two drivers.
That being said, let's go over. It looks like everybody has stopped for their first stop of the race. So let's kind of review top three in the series, or in the different classes. At LMP1, you've got Satellite Racing right now with their lead, about a 5-second advantage over SKS Tribute in second. And Element Sim Racing Fire continuing their slow march, but still a consistent march up there in the third spot. Back in LMP2, you've got Team Huskenveld 101 leading that class right now. Ronnie Fantini reassuming his post and on top of that board. And then we've got Texsense Fitz E Motorsport. There we go. In the second spot, with Nomad Sim Racing HPD in the third spot. Back there in the Pro class, sorry, you got Team Huskenveld 248 leading that division, with Hellraiser's Hearsay in the second spot, with Kinetic Racing Velocity holding on to the last step of the podium. And then finally back there in the GTAM, you've got Turbium Racing after that early battle, able to reassert themselves back up on the lead, with Fresh Pineapple Racing back in the second spot, and Speed Tech Sim Sport rounding out the podium in the GTAM class, with a couple of LMP2s floating their way through that battle. So with that being said, we're going to take a very quick break here on the GSRC broadcast of the 6 hours of COTA for the DGFX series. We'll be right back.
iRacing, you wanted the best, you got them 4 abreast. Often imitated, never duplicated. The greatest show under the world of outlaw.
Welcome back to the 6 hours of COTA here on the Global Sim Racing Channel. Big breaking development. Ricardo Schiavon in that Leo Racing team is back on to the lead lap. So all of that battling, all of that fighting, and he's finally got it back on to a spot that he needs to be at, but he's also 21 laps on this stint. So it very well might be a short-lived battle, but at the moment, he's back at it. Very good maneuvering, very aggressive. And then even the battle from first over second in the overall with Garcia, he's hanging on to it. Oh, there's a slow LMP car without a hood. That's jocked up that whole battle. A 3-second battle, though, first to second in the overall spot. Brian, what do you got? Brian, what do you have back there in GT Pro?
We've got a 3-way battle now. Remember that battle between SRT Esports and Graphite Racing we've detailed for quite a lot of this race, actually. They've been joined now by Antti Salminen of Talk Freak Racing Maggots, and he's closed up onto the back of these guys, and I wonder whether he's got any more good luck coming his way in terms of overtaking, certainly more than Mick Best had, because he had another couple stabs while we were under the little break there, and once again couldn't get it done. They made more contact, but still no dice for Mick Best, and fighting his way up into what should be third place overall, because I don't believe the current third place car in GT Pros has actually made a pit stop. And looking at the timing, he actually hasn't. So these guys will be in third place once that Kinetic Racing Velocity car does eventually dive down into the lane, as an LMP2 car is making his way through this battle as we watch on. As look at that, Mick Beth is going to poke it to the inside. He might actually have a great overlap this time, but he's on the wrong side of the track. The two corners that come next, and if he can just stay there, which he can't, he's just about there. He's just got an overlap, but now he's got the inside. Side up in front of Casper DeCourt, and he should have this move done finally on lap 34. If he can prevent DeCourt getting back, as look at that third car in line, Antti Salminen poking his nose up the inside of 16, 17, and 18, and he gets the overlap, and it could be 2 spots lost. In one lap from DeCourt, he gives a hip check to Salminen. Coming through turn 19 into the final quarter, they're still side by side. This has allowed the Macbeth to pull a gap on these two guys. He's finally got that move done. He want to run away before Salminen gets by Casper DeCourt, who's going to go defensive into turn 1. Let's see if the Talk Freak car can throw it up the inside. He's going to look to the outside, brake late, turn it in, and look for a run off the corner. He's not going to get it, but he's going to have to tuck in behind for the S's, and finally for Macbeth, he is able to get by the Graphite Racing car.
Outstanding battle back there in the GT cars, side by side. I mean, hey, they made fenders for a reason. They decided to use them all up. Out front, while Ryan was talking about that, Joe and I were keeping an eye on the, I think we could call it a saga now at this point, between Siobhan and Glorcia. Brandon got back around Siobhan, and then Siobhan got back around Glorcia. Brandon flashed his lights a couple times, and then Siobhan went out and ran the fastest lap of the fastest lap that lap. Goodness gracious, that was a sentence that was stuck in my mouth.
And honestly, the odds were kind of against our two leaders, because Siobhan, we know he's got good pace, and he's got a lot of race left to try and get the lead back. So them holding him back was only going to work for so long. Another good battle that's been happening is for third place. It's changed hands. It was Matthias Hoffman in the Element Sim Racing Fire car, and Hellraiser's Gluttony Machine took him 2 or 3 laps of trying, but eventually the 19 managed to get himself onto the podium. Let's take a look at the pass here. Well, just as Baz goes a little wide, but he's not going to lose this spot, thankfully. Actually, when we come back, we actually should maybe get a replay of Neil Middleton, who had an incident just behind him. Here's the overtake. Just a great run down the backstretch, managed to get it done. The Adequate Racing Machine, the number 193 at turn 12, it was just behind Baz. That's how I noticed. I think it was, or was it someone else? No, it was, excuse me, it was Christian Rosen, the CQR. This is the 116. He spun in front of a whole bunch of cars in turn 12. It's just about 40 seconds ago, or so ago. This car, this is all on his own, loses it. There you see. And then everybody suddenly scatters in the smoke trying to get around it.
And it looked like like on corner entry, it's like he put those rear tires out there on the rumble strips, and then when he hit the brakes and the weight shifted, it just made the rear end of that car extremely unhappy.
Keep in mind, the temperatures are changing slightly a little bit now with the sun coming out. So drivers might be trying to change their brake bias as things go on to see what they can get. That was Hans Pitkinen that we just saw off course in the GT Am car. He manages to get back on without too much drama. So it could be that the drivers are trying to suit the car to the conditions, or they're not changing them enough to suit the conditions. This is the sun coming up really just kind of keeps them on their toes.
Well, the track is at a balmy 66 degrees right now, which I think is maybe a degree or two up. Yeah, it's just a little bit, but it's also only 8:30 in the morning sim time. So I think as we get closer and closer into this, because this race is essentially going to end right around noon-ish Texas time, Texas virtual time. That's you're talking high noon. Right at the end of this race, when I feel that, that's when I feel that with the track temp and the battling, that's when everything's going to really come to a head. Right now, I think it's just kind of staying pretty status quo. Let's go back to a battle for LMP2 here. This is Lehman has it.
Over, guess who? Chunky Pineapple. Having fun again. That was a battle that actually went by a couple of GT cars on the backstretch. That's why they got so close, having to deal with all that traffic. Chunky Pineapple going to keep them within half a second.
That's an extra interesting ripple there. They got around the GT machine. There's that LMP1 machine just behind him, and now you're going to see come, well, basically camera left, skirting by there. It was camera left until the camera changed.
Williams in the SRT red LMP1. Try not to affect this too much, but there's 3 different classes all in one coming into the S's. Now, unfortunately, Williams is going to be stuck behind Lehman here because, again, much quicker with all that downforce through this portion of the track. You could see him having to check up and kind of poking and prodding, looking for a way around. But he's not fighting anybody, so he really doesn't need to press the issue. He knows it. That's why he's not making a move quite yet. Should be able to get him into 11 here.
Battle for P5 up the inside into turn 12 for Talk Freak Racing Maggots. He moves by Casper de Court, who put up a stout defense for quite a number of laps in this event for the opening hour or so. But suddenly he's lost 2 spots in a handful of laps. We'll get a replay up of that one, and you can have a look at how it unfolded for Antti Salminen down the back straight, right in front of those wall of LMP1 cars behind them. Up the inside, late on the brakes, and a very nice clean move in the end. He got a good exit too, and prevented the cutback coming from Casper de Court, and up into P number 5 overall GT Pros.
Brian, we've had a little bit of our alternate strategy coming back again. Remember, Siobhan was on a different cycle to everybody else, so he is in with Leo Racing Team. Doesn't look like they're swapping drivers. And then I had another one in.
He was going so fast, I thought the rear tire was spinning there too.
Florian Denzler has hopped in for PCDC Xenon. So they've had a driver swap down there. They're another ones. Remember, they had damage early on. We saw them without a nose. Nose is back on now, but as they take tires and fuel, they'll get back out well down the order. Boy, Brock cannot get away from things. Neither can Chemiset. This is actually going to be a little bit fun between these two. Brock a little deep into turn 11, though, just as Chemiset gets held up by Sean McBeth in the GT Pro car. So that's going to separate them slightly. LMP1 of Rakshavik coming by, and once again, traffic just not playing nice with Chemiset.
He went to turn in, and unfortunately, there was that LMP1 machine just waiting there. And now he should be able to get away here for the next little the next little spot. These double rights, yeah. Oh, they got a fall line around a GT machine. Oh, big wiggle from the Huskenveld car.
He managed to catch it, but that also caused a big checkup for Kimmiset. And now is the Huskenveld 178? No, I thought he was going to come into pit. He's just still trying to recover, get that thing underneath him. The Audi finally is clearing through. Look at the damage it did to Kimmiset, though. That was within half a second between himself and Brock. It's 3 seconds now, and he's got to reel all that back in.
There's the flashing lights down the front stretch, showing a little bit back there from that was Neil Middleton from Adequate Racing. That was a little spot, you know, try to get up there, maybe a little bit of intimidation, maybe make the driver miss his mark at the flashing lights, have him look up.
Ooh. And the Fitzy Motorsports 168 in a side-by-side little battle. That is Ferraris next to him and at 12. This has been a popular space. He's almost going to squeeze him off there, Brian. But now somebody's going to get boxed in here. Somebody's going to get the bad end of the stick, because that is the Fresh Pineapple GT Pro car just ahead of them. And he's not going to be able to make this car disappear.
No, and that's just throwing a monkey wrench into that battle there. Looks like he's going to try to persevere on the outside, almost 3 wide. Both drivers running off the track. Track limits? We don't need no stinking track limits. Jason Dilworth, though, keeping right to the rear wing of that competing HPD.
I mean, they watched the IndyCar race. They knew it was possible, so might as well use it. Yeah, Ferraris is going to take that. And this is for second place, mind you. This is important stuff. They're well behind Fantini, too, and they have got to know it by this point. The gap up there is huge, so they're squabbling for best of the rest, just put themselves in a good position for once we get our first caution, which I know I keep saying it, but we're going to get it eventually. I'd be amazed if we went
stop putting that out there.
If we go 6 hours without a caution, I will be stunned. I don't have a hat to eat with me right now, though.
Fresh Pineapple Racing, they've fallen away from the lead of the race earlier on, and now back in P3, coming under threat from TSB Racing. Till Norwig at the wheel of that car. Peter Parnell has taken to the wheel of Fresh Pineapple Racing's machine after Robert Jean de Jong hopped out for him at the first pit stop, and now he's got his work cut out for him. He's going to come under pressure here from Till Norwig. We saw him just in front of that battle in the LMP1s and LMP2s. A lap or so ago. I think TSB is going to be a bit too far back this time by for certainly closing up this battle, and I wonder whether that Fresh Pineapple car is just struggling a bit as this race goes on in terms of setup, whether they may have set the car up and maybe missed it a bit with how the track was going to progress and the time of day.
Jump back here and show you a battle that was set up. We were talking about it before switching to the GT cars, but Nomad Sim Racing and oh goodness gracious, there's all sorts of things. You know,
yeah,
with Dominic, there was all sorts of things that happened there at one time. Oh, contact up front!
No. Ooh, that was Bradley Mall in Speed Tech. Actually, that's second place in GT Am there, Ryan. That's big implications on that class.
Yeah, getting caught up with the TechSense car as well.
Race.
There, this is the contact right here.
Ferraris actually did make contact, so it's damage for what was third place. It still is third place in the LMP2s. So second place in 2 of the different classes coming together. That's really bad news.
Assuming the race control is going to have a nice long look at that one. Going the onboard on Ferraris here. You see just...
Interestingly, we've had a lot of investigations, but no penalties in a while.
But here's what set all of that up. You had Ferraris and Dilworth battling, I mean, nose to tail. And then the back, or a lap car in the LMP2 class, Andy Banfield, He got up into that battle. They were 3 wide at one point going down the backstretch in the run down to turn 12, with unfortunately Dominic being the one that was the link, or kind of stuck in between that, because you had a GT car and an LMP1 all coming at each other. And then ultimately that's what set up that battle there. But Ryan, what's going on in GTAM?
Till Norwig found his way by a very defensive
guys,
Peter
I'm sorry.
Parnell.
We might have a caution. We've got Salmonen on his lid. The 261, and there it is. There's the caution.
Put it out.
I knew that was coming.
I was told that was going to come when a caution came out.
You were warned then.
And this involved, looks like Diego Vasquez and the GT AMs, as well as Jacob Lehman and the LMP2s coming through the S's. You can see it right here. It's just, it was one of those things where it was a chain reaction, and eventually enough cars got caught up, and that is Salmonen just got clipped just wrong, put on his lid, and they've unfortunately had to roll him over and send him back to the pits.
Well, now this is going to have some reaching implications, because unfortunately for Siobhan, he needed that happen to happen. I don't know, probably about 10-15 minutes ago.
Yeah,
I believe he's now, I don't know if he's going to get
back a lap down, because he took a stop before the others did. Now the good news is he can stay out, because that was only 4 laps ago.
Yeah.
But it's not guaranteed that he'll get his lap back. I don't think they will.
But what I'm wondering,
some of the cars.
Well, I'm wondering if SKS and Satellite, when they get caught up, I wonder if they might not just take their caution or take their pit stop here.
You might as well. They're 23 laps into the stint.
Yeah, they're close enough.
You got to take it now.
Well, you have to wait for the pace car to get caught up here. Manuel, apparently he's going to keep driving. They have to come around the pace car? I'm guessing so. So the pace car, who is that picking up? That's picking up...
I think they pick up the first class leader that they come to.
Oh, now that's interesting, because Satellite Racing, there it is. I was wondering what was going on there, because Emmanuel just kind of kept going, and he was talking about the pace car picking up the class leader. Well, he picked up Satellite Racing in P2.
Yeah, the stewards are getting them to slow up, get the pace car out there. They're going to be on the backstretch here, so that'll be a good open space where they can see, so they don't get anybody to run into each other, which was an issue last round, Brian. They had multiple incidents under caution of drivers not paying attention and causing wrecks under yellow. The stewards did not like that, I can tell you, and some harsh penalties have now been written into the rules in case anybody does that again.
And now... And Emmanuel, he's all the way at the back. He's on the backstretch, basically. And the pace car is working its way through turns 10 and 11.
Yeah,
radio chatter back and forth.
There's a little bit of confusion, it sounds like, about what's happening with the pace
what
car.
order, yeah.
For those new to DGFX, that is not. It's a lot easier to happen than you'd think. I know it might seem clumsy from the outside, but it's very easy. Even in real life, honestly, a lot of times we just don't hear this chatter between the stewards and the teams about we're supposed to be in this position, we're supposed to be here, and it just takes time to sort out, and you got to get the timing and scoring to tell everybody where to be and slow up and speed down. It's the nature of road course cautions.
Kind of listening to the race back and forth. So with that being said, with the caution period coming, let's take another quick break and be back to you here at the 6 hours of the Circuit of the Americas, the DGFX series. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the 6 hours of COTA here, where pit road is open and it is a feeding frenzy for most of the drivers in their stints. This caution came at a perfect time because everybody was pretty much right at the end of their fuel window, which potentially could work out in a good way for Ricardo Chiavan. We've talked about that team battling back and forth. We're having a driver change as well for Satellite Racing. Pierre Benoit Lemire in the car now. Looks like Julian Rimelu is in for SKS. Magnus Wahlstrom in for Hell Races. All sorts of changes. 4 tires, full of gas, driver change, all sorts of things going on here under caution. It looks like most everybody, at least the LMP1s that I could see, took this opportunity for a driver swap.
A lot of LMP2s have come in, and Ryan, I'm seeing plenty. In fact, a good chunk of the GT Amfield looks like they have stopped down.
Yeah, it seems that way. I'm trying to double check. I don't believe, and I'm not sure if it's even possible, and I'm just missing it, that Kinetic Racing Velocity never made a pit stop until this caution period. Because I'm looking at their lap times for this race, and I'm not seeing any long laps. There you go, lap 16 they made a pit stop, sorry, so they have pitted.
Very early.
But that was very early, and then they didn't pit for the rest of the green flag run, and they've leapfrogged themselves into 3rd place overall now with this pit stop coming under the caution. So that strategy's worked out fantastically for them, and they've jumped ahead, well, they should jump ahead of those SRT Graphite Racing Pro guys that they weren't really ahead of in terms of actual race, come on, sentences, work, form. They were ahead of them on track, but in terms of the race, they weren't going to stay ahead of them if it stayed green. That's what I was trying to say there. So the cautions helped them.
And it's 2 a.m. Aussie time. We get you.
Yeah, we can excuse it. But this brings up, an interesting point, Ryan, because there's a lot of debate on the forums about, some people want cautions on the roadside, and some people don't want cautions on the roadside, and this to me is an argument, at least here for these endurance races, because this is fantastic. Yeah, it's a little bit of luck of the draw, but just like in real life, you see that a lot of times where you play your strategy right and something works out for you. You got to capitalize it. Now they have track position, which is valuable, and from here it's in their hands on can they hold on to this, or at least limit how many positions they lose to any faster cars.
Yeah, exactly, and it closes them up onto the 2 cars in front as well, so it gives them an opportunity to go even higher up in the standing.
I'm just looking up ahead and just looking at race control and different things like that. Watson waved around the pace car. Piazza waved around the pace car. I'm not seeing Chiavan waved around the pace car, but he went around it and he's gone.
I think, and those might be the manual waves that they're giving.
That's right.
So that it might have been iRacing that automatically gave him the wave around, but it doesn't seem like he's stopping. So
yeah, no one's yelling at him on race control, so I'm assuming everything's all right.
And this will put him in 8th place. And for those just joining us, why we're focusing on the 8th place car, the Leo Racing Team was our pole sitter. They were our leader for a very brief moment, and they had damage from an incident, got a penalty, and were sent back a lap down. They're off strategy now, and this will keep them off strategy, mind you, but they're on the lead lap now, and they've only got 6 cars between themselves and the leader.
Well, getting back on the lead lap, I think, was the primary goal.
Absolutely.
Whether you're on strategy, off strategy, I think at that point it's irrelevant. But if you wanted a chance at the win, I think now being on the lead lap, they got 4 hours to go. So now, if you break your race down into thirds, essentially, they've spent the first third trying to recover. Now you can spend this middle section trying to get back up to where you need to be. And then your final third of the event, that's when you spend on the attack.
Worth mentioning as well, speaking of leaders, our LMP2 leader is now Dawson Brock. That's something we missed here in the cycle through the pit stop. So we're going to go around another lap, it looks like.
Yeah. Christian Rose in CQR and Paul Van Loan in No Luck eSim Sport have stayed out. Ronnie Fantini, Dilworth, Middleton, they have all pitted.
Checking to see how many laps they went the first time. About 28 laps that they were able to go on the first stint, did Dawson's Torque Freak corkscrew car. And they're on 19 laps. So they got probably about 8 laps before they've got to come in. What they might be banking on, which I'm not sure that it'll still work, honestly, is if they get another quick caution.
Either that or they can run this one out because they're saving them gobs of fuel right now. You can run this one out a little bit and get close enough in the cycle and maybe use this track position. Get some clean air on the nose. See if you can run away a little bit. And maybe, you know, you hope for a little bit of bad luck from some of the guys that are trying to chase you. Maybe they get caught up in a battle with a GT and a, you know, and an LMP1. Maybe they take some damage. You know, I mean, if you're looking at Fantini, who has clearly asserted himself as probably the best GT LM2 car, or not GT, LMP2 car out there in the field, you're not going to beat him by doing the exact same thing as him. So why not take a little bit of a gamble, roll the dice, see if you can take this track position that you've been gifted, try to gap a little bit, and see if you can minimize it back that way.
Fantini's split between himself and Brock by about 2 cars. Christian Rose there in the CRQ and the No Luck eSport, EM Sport rather, are just between them, along with all the other GT cars up in front that they are going to have to try and get around. That's the thing on these restarts, though, is that the field is going to be a little bit jumbled up. You're going to be amidst various different classes, so you got to keep your head up on that with the LMP1s and LMP2s coming through.
GT Pro. There's a new leader in GT Pro, and it's SRT Esports East, who've been battling with Graphite Pro all race long. But the previous race leader, which was Hosingfield 248, has found themselves all the way back in 6th place. And I'm going to be honest with you, I have no idea what's going on there, but that's the thing that's happened in GT Pro.
I can tell you, pit stops versus staying out versus pitting. Team Hosingfield, there we go. They pitted under that caution, and you look at you know, John Goodwin, Pascal Thesis, Ferguson, DeCourt, Macbeth, they've all stayed out as well. So that's what's kind of got that division kind of turned up on its lid as well.
Oh, there we go.
Nothing like a little caution to throw everything out of whack. I think we still have another lap around. Let me check the pace car, see if we got the lights on. Yeah, lights are still on, so we've at least got one more lap to go here.
Sometimes that's a little bit of a false, because the pace car on road courses with the caution, you don't get the lights off until about halfway through the lap. But seeing as we're working on double rights here, we're probably right. Well, now we've got basically behind the pace car is Dawson Brock. We're going to be in a good spot on that side. Our overall lead is back a number of cars, and that is now Julian Ribelou in the SKS Tribute machine. He is probably 10 cars back from the pace car, 10, 12, something like that. In the second spot, you've got Satellite Racing with Pierre Benoit Lemire. Sorts of fun names to string together there, with Rich Reifeld third for Element Sim Racing Fire. So still hanging on there. That battle back and forth with Hell Racers Gluttony, but now has Magnus Wallström in the vehicle as well. Has kind of gone back and forth, but right now give that one to the Element Sim Racing Fire.
And some instructions to some of the field here still. The stewards informing the drivers not to communicate. Yeah, not to communicate through the radio. So obviously they got to keep that clear for the stewards to deliver information to them as they come up the front stretch one more time. How many cars do we still have running here today? I think we got looks like 52 out of 55 starters.
Yeah. Well, and the only two cars that I don't see on the track is S-Rock Racing and Hexa Racing Team Purple, which I don't even think took the grid.
They did not. They were supposed to start from 44th place amongst the GT Pros, but yep, they haven't turned a lap in the.
It's not much change in the weather either, just to keep our viewers updated. Only 67 degrees Fahrenheit out on the surface as we're now getting close to about 9 a.m. here in Texas. Be curious to hear from our director, who is a Texan, if that seems accurate to be that cool at an October morning in Texas. He's silent right now.
He is silent.
He's jealous. He wishes he got it that cool in Texas, I'm sure.
Pace car, our lights are off. So I think we're going to turn this cannon loose here. Coming around this time, like I said, it's going to be a big advantage for Dawson Brock, but I'm really going to keep my eyes on the overall lead with SKS versus Satellite. And now, Ricardo has caught back up to the back half of the pack. That's going to be another thing worth watching is now that Shivani has the track position, or Sivan, sorry, now that he has back on the lead lap, he's got to now overcome the track position battle. And they also have to make a driver change at some point in the event. So be curious to see where those two things line up.
Is an interesting point, and I was just thinking about that as you brought up the driver change. Remember, if they've changed drivers under caution, Brian, those who have gotten in any of the cars that have gotten any sort of damage, they haven't really had much time at speed to test and feel what it feels like. So they're getting going in a pack of cars, in a car that they haven't really been able to suss out very well. So
what's the worst that could happen?
Yeah. I mean, pressure's on. You really have to feel and adapt very quickly. And you don't have the G-forces like real drivers do to feel all that stuff. So you got to rely on your teammates to tell you everything they know. And communication in sim racing, team sim racing, is key. Make sure that you say every little thing, because if that person is pushing on this restart, they're going to need every inch of track.
You're absolutely right. There's nothing like, okay, here's the car. Should be all right. Go have fun. Yeah, that's not quite good enough. I mean, I remember
this baby can.
Yeah. Changed my mind. I mean, I remember, when our team ran the 24 Hours of Daytona, the last lap, essentially before the driver change, that's when the information dump happened. That's when it was, okay, I'm going through here, with our little bit of damage that we got early on in that event, basically they said, all right, when you're coming through this part, you got to watch it because it doesn't feel right because the suspension's probably busted or broken or dented, something like that. But pace car is off. Enough about the old days. Let's talk about the right now. Pace car is off. Field is under the control of Dawson Brock and that Torque Freak Racing corkscrew machine. He's bringing him down the front stretch and drop the flag. Here we go. Green flag back into the air at the 6 hours of COTA. Now Dawson, remember, he is on the alternative strategy versus his LMP2 counterpart. So now he's got to take this opportunity and just make like a flock of seagulls and run so far away. But unfortunately, Christian Rose with the CQR machine, which is on that same strategy, is staying right with them. And then the overall, here comes the SKS machine working through the crowd as well.
That's your dated reference for today, so no more. Brock is leading CQR pretty well. They're both trying to make hay while the sun shines, and they're doing a really good job of it. They've got Paul Van Loan well back, but now just getting past Loan is Ribolo. This is where they're going to start to get all the LMP1 cars to start to come through them, and it's going to get a lot more complicated in that battle for the LMP2 lead.
It looks like Ribolo was able to jump into the car and just run with it. I mean, he is up to speed, up to pace very well. He's got a little bit of a gap over Lemire back there in that satellite racing machine. But as soon as I say that, making up the ground down that backstretch into turn 12. On board right now with, what's that up there at LMP2? Yeah, let's jump up there. Christian Rose, he's able to stay right on the rear wing of Dawson Brock. And then they're going to have some company here in a minute, because here comes the LMP1 overall lead right up their exhaust, which is going to be great for those guys because they're going to be able to get some actual clean track for the first time in, I don't know, 5 hours or so? Or not 5 hours, I was thinking backwards. Since basically the start of the race.
And Lemaire's got a good run here because of the checkup that Ribbelow experienced, but he doesn't want to try and take it 3 wide on the first lap back.
Well, an opportunity strikes. Here comes Reifeld. He got a great run off of the final corner. Leapfrogged the other machine there of Lemire, who got caught up with that LMP2 car. Reifeld on the button, and now he is up to the rear wing of Ribbelow, working their way through the 3, 4, 5, 6 combination.
That satellite car went from looking for the lead to now sitting in 4th, just from that one mistake onto the front stretch. I'm not exactly sure why he was so slow up there, but everyone was just going by like he was standing still.
It was like he had kind of the start of the race with the 47. It's just like maybe the setting wasn't right or something down that front stretch.
We had a big wreck farther down the field. James Hewen in the 81, the LMP1s. This was in the penultimate corner. Looks like it was also Pascal Theus in the GT Pro class got turned around from that. Could have been a lot worse, but only two
also
cars.
Paul Van Loon sideways on the track out there as well.
There's the incident. And wow, that is extreme patience from Ewens there. He waited for everybody to get by just so that he didn't come out in front of somebody. And actually, eventually, looks like he took a tow or drove it into the pits, because that's where he is right now.
Van Loon is still sitting there, probably just waiting for everybody to come by. There he goes. Yep, put it in reverse, grab it, gear, go. Mark Torres, black flag for pit lane infraction.
Probably exited the pits while they were closed. There's Van Loon's problems. It was up and over turn 9. Looks like.
They're at the gun end of that combination.
We've been focusing all this. What about Siobhan? He's only up to
Just going
7th.
back to him.
Yeah.
Well, and remember, he's working on. He's right on. I think he actually did he pass Molnar, the SRT? Nope. My timing and scoring must be a little squirrely. Well, remember, Siobhan got waved around, so he had to start at the back of everybody, whereas most of the cars that he's racing with in his same class were kind of grouped together. Now they're all out in clean air out front. So now he's got to make that run back up. Looks like he's got about 8 seconds or so up to the next car for position, that SRTE Sport LMP green machine of Molnar Peter.
We got to be careful or else Ryan will fall asleep here down there. What's been going on with the GTs?
Not much, to be honest with you. There's a bit of a battle going on in GTM for second and third place, although Graphite Racing AM in second have a bit of a gap over third place Team Vikings and TSB Racing right in behind them. GT Pro, it's all basically how they restarted up there. SP4 is got a pretty good battle though, because oh, look at this mess of cars. And this is John A. Goodwin for Esports Podcast Line. He's got right in behind him the Team Huizinfeld car that led this race, and around them about a half a dozen LMP2 and LMP1 cars as they're 3 wide heading into turn number 12, and taking the middle route is going to be Jan Sinkowski, who's still in that car since the start of the race. John A. Goodwin putting up a good fight, but unfortunately he's going to be on the wrong side of the corner for 14 and 15, and that will be Huizinfeld up into P number 4. Good scrap there in amongst the faster cars to Huizinfeld begin their charge back to the lead of the race.
up front in the LMP1 battle. Magnus Wallstrom in Hellraiser's Gluttony has taken over the second spot away from Element Sim Racing, and now he is setting his sights on the overall lead. I mean, Hellraisers, they have been just silently trucking away here in this event over the first just about 2 hours. Let's go to the replay here and show you just how that pass happened.
Yeah, just on screen you saw that was Raphael just as we went to the replay that got overtaken by Lemire, who's trying to come back.
Lemire overbroken that allowed Rico to get it back by. There you see that maneuver up there, that very good passing opportunity in turn 1.
Over and
now
done,
back to live action.
Oh, it's he talked about setting his sights. He's down to half a second behind Ribolo, so the number 3's got to watch out.
And Magnus he's on the button. I mean, whether he is really or not, the metaphorical expression there. I mean, he jumped up on that restart, made a good couple moves, and now he's found himself in that second spot. Whereas the other end of the tail of the tape, Satellite Racing, they're back to 4th after leading a good chunk of after the misfortunes there for Siobhan. Now they've led that. Another footnote: Dominic Ferris, 60-second black flag for avoidable contact.
Got to play it safe. You got to be clean out there, because even if you don't wind up getting damage from those incidents, you.
Well, we mentioned his name, and Siobhan, if you saw on the top end of the screen, just ripped off the fastest lap, not of that, on the track of this last lap, fastest lap of the race. When you can, and that's an impressive stat line, because when we started the event, it was dark. The track had the most grip it was going to have in it. Now, track temp's about 5 degrees higher, and in climbing, he was able to rip off a 43.20 versus the leaders being at 44.91, 44.59, 92.
And the difference is about to get a lot more drastic, because our LMP1 leaders are now hitting the back of the field. And I was just wondering what's going to happen to Ribolo, because he probably wanted to try and gap those behind as much as possible before he caught these cars. And he didn't do the greatest of jobs. Wallstrom is still within 0.8 of a second. Wallstrom's got to worry about Rico behind him, the Element Fire car, Satellite in there as well. So our top 4 are separated by 2 seconds as they're dealing with traffic here.
The GT machines trying to stay wide and out of the way, but that was just kind of the back part of that traffic. Oh, who got caught up behind that one? That was Rico. He just took the wrong lane into that corner and got held up behind. I think that was the Pineapple machine, the GT AM. And now side by side down into turn 1. Rico having to take the defensive line, but here comes Lemire back on the attack, having to fall back in line though as they work through the technical section while approaching GT cars.
Ooh, and the 71 gets checked up, because that's Wallstrom in front of him. Was that contact?
That was almost contact. And they got real close. Rico is on it as well, misses the apex of that corner just a little bit, but he is as close to Magnus as he has been since the restart.
Let's take a look at an onboard just to get a feel for what it was like. Catching them through the S's. A feeling for these drivers and what they're experiencing. And it's funny, because I've heard real drivers even say, Brian, that even though it doesn't have the G-forces, the feeling, the emotions, and the psychological effect that they've said are the exact same as real racing.
That wasn't contact. Close. As close as you can get without touching.
Yeah. They're still together out there.
Those GT cars have made their way past, battling for 4th place very closely indeed. That's John Haynes in the SpeedTech Sim Sport car, and Matthias Barmler for a Real Pixel Motorsport just in behind them. These guys have been scrapping hard since the restart. World of Sim Racing Team Junior, and not too far off the back of them too. He lost a bit of time as a result of that lap traffic, but this is a great little battle in GTM, and the GT races have both exploded into life with some battles since this restart.
up front in the LMP2s, Christian Rose has gotten around Dawson Brock. We missed that in the event.
If he had, he's gotten right past.
Oh, must have just got just right back. Yeah, I looked over at timing and scoring, and Christian was.
Look at that. Yeah, I just checked over and seen how close it was. I didn't realize they were battling. I was paying attention to those LMP1s. And you know what? This is kicked off by a mistake. Well, not kicked off, but here's the initial pass, and then Rose gave it back with a mistake in the same corner here in 12, a lap later.
Here's the initial one. Christian's got, all right, finally getting clear, and life is good.
He was well clear, mind you.
Now he's tucked right back up on the rear wing of Dawson Brock again. I have nightmares with that blue wing probably right there.
I don't know every inch of it. But clearly he's got pace, because I'm amazed at how far ahead he was by the time he spun and handed it back. I think it's more kind of a matter of time and keeping the mistakes away that Christian needs to focus on here. And look, he's going to try and square off the corner. It's a nice wide entry. He was just off the apex, though. And though he's going to get the slipstream, I'm not sure that this is going to be enough.
Not quite there yet. But yeah, he is taking a very unique line into turn 12 to try and square it off, getting a big run down the backstretch.
He's definitely taking a different line, but we got action over in GT Pro here, Ryan.
Check out this battle for 6th place. Thomas Hewson just made his way past Marcus Simonson, and then Jake Farquhar's in there, Eric Groves in there, and Ludwig Gemmer's in there too. Element Sim Racing with 6th place all the way down to 10th place in GT Pro, covered by a blanket, making their way past the S's, and now up the hill they go. And this is a great scrap for just outside of the top 5. And I dare say we're going to see some moves at the end of the back straight with this draft, with how powerful it is. Jake Farquhar, probably the closest of the lot, is Marcus Simonson went in very deep and almost copped a whack from Jake Farquhar heading through turn 11. But now we'll watch them down the back straight as through will go the LMP1 car of Ribalev, as well as, I'm butchering that name, I know that much, as Simonson's closing up on the back of the MV Esport car. I don't think he's quite going to be close enough, not with that LMP1 car to the inside too, but this is an awkward spot for that LMP1 to get involved, as side by side at the back of the pack is Eric Grove and Ludwig Gemmer, and Grove tried to throw it up the inside of Jake Farquhar while defending from Gremmer at the same time. And this is one of the toughest things in motorsport sometimes, is trying to attack a car in front when you've got a car behind you're trying to defend from as well. It's very tough to do those two things at once, and these drivers should be commended for how tricky it is to do that, especially when you're driving in a slower class car. You got to watch out for the faster cars coming through as well. A lot going on in the sim rigs for these drivers. Oh, who's that off the track? That was Jan Simkowski, Team Heisigfeld. He was up there in 4th place. Now he's dropped all the way back to this battle around the 6th to 10th place, and that was our race leader earlier on, so he's got off at the penultimate corner. And now this is,
we got a problem here back there. Pedro Diaz with Funky Pineapple Racing got loose in the LMP2 car, and that's what caught up. And I think that's what you were talking about right there, Ryan, with the
we got to go machine. To LMP2 leaders are as we're taking a look at the replay there.
Yeah, you got it a little bit more back, Sean.
Yeah, Rose nearly had it coming through the stadium section. He was actually beside Brock, and once again, it was traffic causing it. Leitinen and Parnell there down in the GT Pro class were unfortunately in their way at just the wrong moment. And somehow Brock has come out the other side. We've gotten kind of used to Brock being able to do this, though. Not only does this kid have incredible speed, but just as I say that, we've got to change for the lead in the LMP1s too, Brian.
There's all sorts of things going on all around the speedway here.
Hellstrom, now your leader.
Hellstrom finally closed in that gap, and now you're going to see this pass for the lead. It's the run down to 12. Tried to take the defensive maneuver, and Magnus said, okay, I'm going to go this way.
Go where they're not.
And now he's been able to take that lead. and run away just a little bit. Not quite a full gap that he'd probably like to see, but Julian also is going to have to be on defense here, because here comes Lemire bringing that satellite racing machine back up to the rear wing as well.
Right now, Pierre is Magnus's best friend. He really wants him to try and challenge Julian so that he can get himself some buffer. And they've got no traffic in front. In fact, it's a long ways before they hit me. So this is exactly when he wants them to fight, so he can just look ahead.
Clean track in a multi-class race is a beautiful thing to see.
Starting to get a lot of glare on the road as well. And while it's not as drastic here in the game as it is in real life, where you got it shining in the windshield and you're blinded, it shines off the track, and you can see glimpses of it here. What that can do is sometimes take away some brake markers that you've developed. If there's little marks on the tracks and things, or apexes you're trying to hit, it can be really distracting.
Yeah, that's why what we got here, that the GT Pro battle
is extremely hot right now, because these guys fighting hard, and Jan Simskowski wants to make his way back through the field, is almost cleaning up the back of Jake Farquhar's car into turn 11. He's going to be right in the draft, shortly close enough for moving to turn 12. Farquhar driving it down the middle of the racetrack and driving it further and further to the left. The further they go, he's going all the way defensive. Going to make him go the long way. Simkowski's faking. He's going to go to the inside after all of that. And late on the brakes, if he can pull it up, Farquhar's going to look for the crossover. He's going to get a great run, get back to his outside. The two right-handers that follow, but I dare say he's not quite at the right spot to make that one stick on the return serve. That was a great move, and ooh, he almost lost it on the brakes there to Farquhar. He had a similar issue through the S's this time around earlier this lap, so he's struggling with the brakes in that MLATF esports car at the moment. And Eric Grove, we're loving what he's seeing there, because there might be an opportunity for him and the half a dozen cars behind him as well.
Battle for second overall is starting to heat up very nicely.
We might have
under
right here.
attack. Yeah, Lemire showed the nose just a little bit, not quite enough to get into that spot, but now he took a little bad angle, and that allowed Ribolo to just absolutely motor out of that corner, which is going to make Lemire have to kind of play catch up here, working their way down to 12.
Sometimes it can be risky, but sometimes it can pay off to just back the corner up and focus on the exit like that. He could have had Lemire pass, and then he could look real foolish. But as you saw, with the good launch down the backstretch, Ribolo basically keeping himself safe, because again, it's easier to pass on a straight than it is through a corner.
Yeah, and then that run down the backstretch as well, that's also brought Ribolo back up to the rear wing of Wahlstrom. So now the top three in overall are just hanging out. They're right on top of each other, sprinkling in a little LMP2 action in there as well.
That's Lehman down there in the 112. He's going to let them through, but not without interrupting the fight. Lemire, unfortunately, a whole second back now as they come up the front stretch.
P3 in the GT Pros looking hot. Speedtech Simsport. Daniel Ferguson at the wheel. Casper Zucourt in front of him in P2. And he's closed right up onto the back of that Graphite Racing Pro team car. He was about a few seconds back. Fill up to go. It looks like he's going to dive down into pit lane. And that's going to put an end to that battle, because Ferguson's going to bring it down and jump on that pit limiter. We'll go have a look at the lead for GTM, because Richard Bell is starting to feel the heat from Florian Hone of TSB Racing. He's closed up onto the back of him. He was back in third place at one point, I do believe, TSB Racing, and he's closed up, so he's making some good progress. And I'm just going to quickly have a look while we watch this, because there was a fantastic battle happening further down the order, which seems to have settled itself out, so we'll keep watching the lead now. Richard Bell, we'll see what he can do here in terms of a defense. We've seen some great defensive drives up and down this field so far, with drivers holding off quicker cars. And it looks like Florian Hone has closed the gap even since we've started watching, and took a different line through that corner, almost got into the back of the graphite car in front, and this is a bit of concertina that we often see in road racing, in and out of the corners, makes things a little bit exciting. But he could be close enough down the back straight if he gets a good run through the S's and up and down that hill around the 7, 8, 9, 10 section. Could just about be in that draft. If they get a good run through here, he's run a little bit wide through 7 and 8 though, and managed to recover it well. That graphite car isn't looking to have the pace of the TSB car behind. The TSB car using a lot more of the racetrack, I'm noticing at the moment. Using a lot more to get the car through, whereas graphite trying to sort of keep it a bit tighter, it seems like. Which is sort of the opposite of what I think Taiwo would do to the car, so just different lines that they're taking. And here we go, onto the back straight. And maybe a car length or so closer, he'd be firmly in that draft. He's getting a good draft and a tow down the straight nonetheless. We'll see whether Richard Bell decides he needs to go defensive as Valstrom goes by in the LMP1 car. And a couple more behind as well. That's Middleton and Ribolo as well. And don't come together. That was almost, or that was a little awkward. They closed in on each other at a very awkward angle. Thank goodness no contact was made, but these cars are, look at Middleton trying to squeeze through on that graphite car. Richard Bell leaves them some room to get through there, and these LMPs are making themselves an absolute nuisance to the GT cars in this race, which is always fun with multi-class racing.
Meanwhile, we've had a change into the guard. The Corkscrew, the Torque Freak Corkscrew team has come in. They've changed drivers, as that is Ryan Walker now in. And that, of course, handed the lead over to Fantini, who just handed it over as well, I believe. Yes. So that is going to be Stefan Petrat, who now hops in, and the CQR Club hands it over to Daniel Kraft. With us getting close to halfway through the race, we're going to see a lot of drivers starting to swap around now.
And one driver that is still in the car from the start, from qualifying. Let's jump up. Let's talk about it. He's been kind of the highlight reel going on here. That's Ricardo Chivan, up to the 6th spot now. He's finally eclipsed somebody in the class. Still running very competitive lap times. And the next one he is aiming for is going to be the SRT Sim Sport machine, which is slowly trucking away. This is what I was talking about in the first part, right before we went back to green. Use this middle section of the race to get yourself back in it and give yourself a fighting chance. Give yourself something worth fighting over in that final sector of the race. Speaking of giving yourself a chance, with the drivers that were off sequence coming in, that now hands the lead back to the 122 in the LMP2s. That's the Nomad Sim Racing HPD. Another driver, Brian, who has been in there the entire time thus far, Jason Dilworth, took the green, and he's up to the front now. And the question is, with this 20-second gap, he's got back to Middleton on the same strategy, mind you. What can he do with it? I mean, that's going to be the point. I mean, it all depends on how you catch some of these lap cars and slower traffic and GT machines, and just try to get as much of a gap built in, because we figure just the pit road delta on its own is probably 20-something seconds. Yeah, this is actually working out really great for Dilworth, because, again, with such a huge gap to second place, he can really take his time with traffic and try to make safe moves. And then when he's in clear air, he can push without having to watch his mirrors. He can just focus on what he is doing and have his team feed him whatever numbers he needs in the cockpit. Now, he does have to watch his mirrors for these LMP1 cars, one of which is coming through our leader in that group, the Hill Racers Gluttony number 19. It's a whole lot easier when you don't have to watch the F3 box to see if someone in your class is coming. Yeah, it does make life a little simpler. Give yourself some breathing room, some time to relax. I mean, you're never really relaxing when you're in the cockpit of these machines, driving them around the track. But I will say, there are some moments that are a little easier than others. Let's see what else is going on. Looks like there's a good battle for 4th overall. Julian Ogen in the German sim racing with Martin Tellegard and Team Vikings. I think that's a good battle. It looks like it's shaping up right back there.
Yeah, that's for 4th and LMP2s. This Team Vikings car is another one that's been a lot of fights, and Tellegard's been in there since the drop of the green himself. Ogen has taken over for Chemiset in the 169 as they come through the stadium section. So Ogen going to be just a little bit fresher, and he's had time to adjust to the car as well.
Yeah, I mean, that goes back to what you were talking about under caution. You know, they hop into these machines. They're not 100% sure what they've expected or what to expect. But now that they've had several laps in there, they know what the car is capable of. They know the quirks of it. The other thing worth kind of keeping an eye on, and you talked about it several times, but as we go on further into this race, the track temp is now up to 71 degrees. So that first little part track stayed pretty consistent as Martin. Goodness gracious.
Well,
I mean, that's one way to take turn 20. I don't know if drifting it is the right way, but he definitely tried it.
Resting on his laurels.
Clearly. I mean, watch this. We're going to see probably full opposite lock.
Wow.
Come back. Got it.
And that is not easy in a high downforce car. Usually they don't like to drift. They snap instead of drift. So
Usually
that's
when
amazing.
Yeah, usually when you got to bring those hands back around the opposite way that you're trying to, you're usually backwards into the fence by that point. But
something's happened to our leader. The number 19 was just off in the LMP1s. This was an incident involving Benjamin Gregory in the Fitzy Motorsport car, the Texans.
Oh, he just
hard contact.
He got there's no delicate way to put it, but he got absolutely railroaded by the LMP2 machine. And then in the crossfire, he almost took out his GT teammate.
Yeah, that was Simonson in the Heresy car. Unfortunately, it looks like some connection issues in the middle of the replay here. Maybe we'll get to see it.
Yeah, this is it right here. I mean, he gets around the LMP2 machine.
Minded his own business, too. There's nothing drastic going on here at first.
Well, bam! Would not surprise me to see a penalty handed down from the stewards. And unfortunately, Magnus with a damaged machine on the pit road.
And they're in for repairs. Granted, it is pretty close to when you'd expect them to come in. So I guess would the Hell Racers team call the other guys pinheads for that move?
Well, might happen. Driver change also. Let's go back to this battle here.
Yeah, the
LMP2, yes.
Is this LMP1 or LMP2? This is for 5th place.
Oh,
number 78, Hoysenfeld.
Tossing you for a loop.
It's even harder from my scope because I'm way above the track trying to tell the two prototypes apart. But yeah, this is for a top 5 essentially. Oh wow, late on the brakes for Meissen. But he's not going to be able to get the exit of the corner, which is the critical thing. And look, Mateo just parked it on the exit. He said, all right, I'll show you how it's done. And not going to allow him to have an opening as they go around one of the GTMs. That's Gemmer in the 271. Going to split him on either side. And we've been watching lots of fun, but we've been missing out on the fun in the GT Pros as well.
Oh, almost contact in GT Pros. A lot of fun happening in the GT class. Heisenfeld are back into the lead of the race. They moved by MB Esports at the back straight away. A good clean move. And then to 3rd place, Motif. Well, they've been overtaken by Hell Racers Heresy. Marcus Summerson's got by them. And there was a mistake from Farquhar through the S's, running wide after being overtaken by one of the faster prototype class cars. and copped a slowdown, I do believe, and has had to forfeit that one away. And all change on the top 4 spots in GT Pro as another LMP 2-car makes its way by Farquhar. Some good battling happening. It's all started to settle down now, but that's your changes in the top 4 spots.
I'm trying to figure out what happened to Shiavon, because I think he handed the car over.
Did, yep, and that handed over to Danilo Piazza. Or Danlio Piazza. After that
Danilo.
hit service, moved that back to the 9th position overall.
Yeah, this, unfortunately, being on this off strategy is hurting right now because it puts him at risk of going a lap down. Actually, is he still? He might just, he's barely on the lead lap. Oof, he got lucky this time then.
No, he's well ahead. The leader overall, Julian Ribolo, he just crossed the line right now.
Thing is,
47 machine all the way up there towards turn 11. I think he's okay for the time being.
Thing is, now he's got to start thinking about how if we don't get another caution, how it's going to work out in terms of the stops. Someone's got to be on the box doing the math and figuring out where they're going to come out, and if they got to really kind of switch things up here to give themselves a better opportunity. Because being on and off strategy means it's harder to predict exactly kind of where you're going to be compared to the other guys, unless that person has also been doing the math on how long they can go on their stints, which again gets complicated.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the leaders there. Ribolo, they are at 22 laps into this stint. And then we've been seeing him go about 28 or so.
GTM lead, Graphite Racing M. What's happening over there? Looks like they are coming under threat from TSB once again. Have closed back up as the Graphite Racing Pro car just holds up the AM team counterpart. And now side by side for GTM lead. Graphite doing each other no favours there. Florian Hein running a bit wide through the 2 double apex left-hander there. Now through 16, 17, 18, the triple apex right-hander, extremely long corner. And Hein using it to close up onto the back and looking to the inside. Maybe just a bit too far back though to make that one sick. And that was an optimistic look. I'm sure Richard Bell was a bit worried for a second there. But it looks like TSB Racing want this lead of GTM, and they want it soon because Florian is looking to be aggressive here, right in behind here, leader.
And not to cut you off, Ryan, but we've had a development in the P4 spot in the LMP1. Molnar Peter, after contact with a GT car, that car did a barrel roll and a spin, and somehow has continued to keep going down the road. But he's on pit road now. But you're going to see this replay. I don't really know of a way to describe it.
He just gets scooped up.
But it's almost like
just before this.
Watching it, like there was no pressure going into the corner. And then he took it real late, and then the GT car cut him zero slack.
I wonder if either of them could have been distracted. There was a car off in the wall that got going. I didn't see quite who it was, but that might have had them just enough distracted that they didn't quite pay attention to where the other car was.
Yeah,
you can see he gets back on his lid.
But I don't think it was enough. It was a Motaf car. Oh goodness gracious. GT car kind of spun out in front of our overall leader there. Kept it going point straight. Yeah, they slid off. Basically, they were fighting with a LMP1 car and took the corner. I think they tried braking at the apex. And slid right off into the wall, bounced off it, and kept going. But I think that was far enough away from that it shouldn't have posed a distraction.
And you never know. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Regardless, the result is that you've now got what was our 4th place car in the pits getting lots of repairs. When you have to repair the roof of the car, it's never good.
No, they're 75 seconds right now on pit road, so all sorts of damage to that LMP1 machine.
just missed a change to the lead in GTM while we were detailing that wreck, and the battles further up the order. TSB Racing, Florian Hone has moved past Richard Bell at the penultimate corner. He pretty much did the same move he shadowed a lap before when we were watching them. Here's the replay of how he got this one done. Through the triple apex, 16, 17 and 18, he brings it out to the outside line, makes sure he's got the inside penultimate corner, throws it in there late on the brakes and completes the move. Nice and clean, all on track, no excess track limits used, so no discretion needed to be used by race control in terms of extending that.
We might need to go to the overall lead because I think we're going to have a change. Lemire is going deep into turn 12. This is trying to get around Ribolo and around the outside, Brian. Oh my goodness.
Those downforce machines, the downforce that those cars create, I mean, taking the outside on essentially a flat corner, that's impressive. Very good driving overall from Lemire there, who's just been, I feel like this part of the run, Lemire has just been just waiting for the right opportunity, the right set of circumstances to get back up and basically make a run at Ribolo. And now, I mean, he's taking that opportunity, and albeit temporarily, he's getting away for the overall lead. So moves Satellite Racing back up to the lead.
From 9th on the grid as well. We talked about it at the start, Brian. Qualifying doesn't mean as much, except maybe keeping you a little safer at the start of the race. It's all about the overall race pace, and Satellite is doing that beautifully in the 64.
Well, remember, after the restart, they fell back to 4th as well. We almost roped them off, but, I mean, that's just brilliant driving from Pierre. And he's been able to just kind of keep his head down and make a run at it and overall keep his car clean. But now he's kind of stuck in behind the LMP2 of Daniel Kraft, trying to get out on exit. He's got another LMP2 up there. He's going to have to battle there before turn 11. And it looks like Ribolo is going to take a very wide angle, try to straighten that corner off as much as possible. Get past the LMP, gets past the GT, but he's lost so much more ground to Lemire right up before turn 12.
I think he'll have more chances.
He'll get there. And that's right at the end of the fuel stint, too, because there are 25 laps. Like I said, we're expecting 28, 30. Maybe with that caution, they probably extend that first stint, or the fuel stint, just a little bit. So you're seeing this fantastic battle on the LMP1 side. It's constantly shifting and moving and evolving. And then also, kids, don't forget, if you like this action, at the top of the hour, 3 o'clock Eastern, we are going to transition to the secondary team that's going to bring you right to the end of it, which is also going to be at the different link, which is now in the YouTube description down below, the part 2 of that broadcast. So they're going to finally chase us out of here and bring in some true professionals, I think, to finish this one out.
And, you know, it's interesting that you mentioned the pit stops as we take a look at the GT Pro here. I think that Lemire maybe made that move because he wants to be ahead when they make the stops if they're under green.
You would think. I mean, that's the thing, is you want to try to get that position. You want to kind of be where Lemire is at. So now at the end of that stint, maybe played it out perfectly, but at the end of the run, I mean, there's no sense in being good the first 5 laps. I mean, obviously within reason, yes. But if that's the only time that your car is the best, you're just going to fall to the back. So where Lemire and Satellite Racing, where it appears their setup is kind of geared towards, is probably lap 10 on towards the end of the run, because every time they've come out of pit road, they've kind of fallen back. But then as it gets closer to the end of the fuel run, that car is consistently one of the fastest ones on the track.
This battle in GT Pro is looking very hot. 3rd, 4th and 5th covered by not much at all. It was 3rd place across the line was actually Motif Esports' pink car there. Unfortunately, they lost it back at turn 1 as a great driving from Marcus Sorensen to take 3rd place back away while they were battling. And while these LMP1 cars are coming through, Ludwig Gemma in the Element Sim Racing water car has closed up onto the back of this battle and making it a 3-car fight. Another great fight there, and it's a good fight going for 3rd place in GTM as well at the same time. Although since the last time I looked, that has settled down. It's now for fourth place between Speed Tech and the World of Sim Racing car. And now we're going to go there and have a look at that battle as they make their way through turn 8 and 9. Fourth place is, or fifth place, sorry. Yeah, no, fourth. Oh, I'm starting to go crazy. Speed Tech Sim Sport, John Haynes is right there ahead of the World of Sim Racing car, George Lehrer, who's just been forced off the apex of the corner by the LMP2, which is going to ruin his run down the main straight. He would have probably been close enough to make a move at the end of this back straight, but unfortunately, such as multi-class racing, you don't often get to the apex of the corner like you want to, because there's a faster car that you've got to let through. And, oh, look how late he went on the brakes there, George Lehrer. I think he definitely would have been close enough if it wasn't for Iker Estefania. And funnily enough, it was actually a World of Sim Racing team car as well, the LMP2 car, that ruined that for Lehrer. So no team favours there. We're on board with Lehrer, watching on as we see John Haynes taken through the track in front of us, and you can see how much less speed they're able to carry through the high downforce and high speed corners as opposed to those LMP prototypes. But I do believe the LMP1 lead is getting pretty close from what I'm hearing.
It absolutely is, Ryan. Lemire not really able to stretch the advantage over Rivalou. Julian's just been able to hang close enough, and here comes Julian, maybe going for the undercut, considering both of those cars were in heavy traffic for that part of the run. So now I'll be curious to see what they do for this SKS machine. Do you throw some tires on it? Do you keep it out there? Do they have another driver, in the wings waiting to go here? They do it. There is, well, Galliner. It's possible. We'll have to take a look here and see.
The other thing of note is we've been keeping an eye on Piazza and the Leo racing team. Despite starting this race on the pole, it seems that Piazza's not quite as quick as Schiavon. So they haven't been gaining, even though we are getting a stop for the SKS car. I'm not sure that Leo is going to be close to them once they get out.
And it looks like tires and fuel for the SKS machine. That 47, he's working his way through. So this is kind of our easy comparison of how much you can gain. He's working his way through 18 now, and Julian is rolling off the end of pit road. So they've closed the gap just a little bit, but not as much as I think as Schiavon was. I mean, to be fair, and I think Schiavon was driving angry for those first 2 hours, so that's very easy to make up some time there. But they have closed it up just a little bit. I don't know where they're going to shake out in the end of this, especially with where the strategy's lying at. But now the bigger thing that's going to be interesting to watch is to see where Satellite Racing pits. Now he's free and clear of all of that traffic that they were in prior to that pit stop, working his way around the end of the track right now. And here comes Satellite Racing answering the call back onto pit road and down to the limit. A little bit slower on entry. I'll be curious to see if SKS can overtake them. We'll just have to keep an eye on this as this goes through.
Element Fire also in behind them. So both of them responding very quickly. There's about 10 seconds between the Leo team and the SKS Tribute team. Not drastic. Honestly, what they probably were hoping for is to get a caution right then and there, at least Leo's team. Certainly not the SKS team.
Sorry to cut you off there, Joe. Of note, Brandon Garcia back in the car as well for Satellite Racing.
He is no slouch. So this is certainly going to be good for them, getting Brandon back in the car. Where is SKS? They're just coming up to the last corner right now. Satellite still stationary.
Satellite drop. The jack is dropped. Here they go.
And just not quite close enough. Yep, they're well behind. They do have the car of PCDC Argon between them, but actually, no, Argon has pitted.
Yeah. So now Argonne apparently has thrown another monkey wrench into that as well, because now they've kind of shuffled up there. There was a very fast pit stop, so I'm wondering if maybe they just went fuel only on PCDC Argonne.
Yeah, I'm seeing 23 seconds stationary for them. That seems likely. They're getting confirmation that they did not take tires.
Mateo, he is on the rear wing of Ribolo. This is working down the backstretch. So PCDC coming out of nowhere. He's got a big run down the backstretch. Ribolo going to defend, taking the defensive line. Here comes Mateo back out to the outside, down to turn 12, side by side. He's going to go for the overcut. Just kind of falls back in line, but it was a very good run down that stretch with Ribolo able to take that defensive line and block off the run for Mateo, and especially help from crossing over on the exit.
And that's going to give the SKS team something to think about, knowing that they're that strong. They can challenge like that right out the box. Well, again, we're just about to the halfway point, so there's still a lot of racing left to go. But fighting for the lead here with a car that has been up towards the lead for probably the majority of the race now is a great sign for them. That's going to be an encouragement for the Argonne team.
Well, and you look at, where they started versus where they're running right now. SKS started P2, they're running P1. Argonne up there from the 5th spot, and you've got, Satellite Racing started 9th, and now they got their hot shoe back in the car. So now it'll be curious to see what kind of ripples that Brandon can make throughout the end of this event. And I feel like we haven't talked about LMP2 in a while. Is there anything?
Action going for 6th place. Yeah, this is Hoisingfeld's 101 car trying to hold off the CQR club with Kraft in it as he's closing in under the slipstream. Question is, can he get it done under braking? They're going to have a friend joining them soon, because that is Cotty in the SRT red LMP1. Didn't quite get in their way down through the braking zone, but as they come through the stadium section, boy, Kraft is getting right underneath that rear wing. I can report that our leader in the LMP2s is also pitted. Dilworth is in. Backs off a little bit. Kraft's giving some space. Cotty, actually, great job by him. Remember, he's not got anybody to battle with directly right now, so he's taking his time. In fact, he's going to pit, so that's another reason why he's not going to fight with him.
Make it real simple there for him.
Our car starting to fall away now. It was oh so close. Maybe it was helped a little bit by the traffic, which they're getting more of now. George Lara and the World of Sim Racing Junior team stays out of their way and lets them continue on. This is all a few seconds behind the chunky pineapple car, of course, as well. Just outside of the top 5 that they're all battling. We're getting some more drivers in Leo Racing Team pits.
Position 2 in GT Pros is changing back and forth. Motorsurf Esports podcast Pete made a mistake at turn 1 the last lap, and Hello Racers here, so he went through thanks to Marcus Simonson. But before that, it was a move at turn 1 from Motorsurf Esports to go by Hello Racers here. So back and forth, these guys are racing. It was for 3rd place, now it's for 2nd place, as I do believe it is MB Esport that have made a pit stop to jump up as spotters. Look at that sea of LMP2 and LMP1 cars making their way past them down this back straight away. And I'm not sure which of these two cars really has the pace. I think they're pretty evenly matched, these two drivers, at the moment. Because certainly when either one of them gets out ahead, they don't pull away, which could be a result of mistakes or traffic. But either way, they're putting on a good show here for P number 2.
Just a quick note, I was checking our stewards' notes since we haven't looked at each other, or looked at them for a while. The car 81 was the first, I believe, to suffer from a penalty for causing an incident under yellow. 122nd stop and hold. Yeah, I told you they were not taking it lightly.
Yeah, Don't mess around. And probation.
Yeah, so well, let's go back to these LMP1s because the battle for P2 not going away. Mateo, who was fighting for P1 a little bit ago, has fallen into the clutches of the satellite car.
Yeah, I've been watching through the traffic here, and that's really, I've been watching this last little bit, and traffic has really been kind of the deciding factor. It feels like Mateo just hasn't quite been able to get the same breaks that Ribelu has been able to get, where he's been able to stretch that out, and Mateo now falling back into the graphs, the reach there of satellite racing. And top 3 in LMP1, this is the battle. I mean, everybody else is kind of spaced out just far enough away from each other that I don't know if they have any threat. The only other battle back there is for 4th overall with Hellraiser's Gluttony and Rico with Element Sim Racing Fire. And of note, we were talking about it a lot earlier, the 47 of the Leo Racing Team just on pit road a little while ago, 12-second stop. So I'm wondering if that kind of ties back to what you were talking about earlier, Joe, where maybe somebody did the math and said, oh crap, we need to be on cycle. So maybe they took that now with a little over 3 hours left, so now they can kind of view it as an even keel versus where they're at with the leaders.
Yeah, just enough to get them to a caution or something to try and get strategy back on for them. They're probably still hoping for some sort of caution here to get in line with everybody.
Caution talk. You were putting that out earlier, and then it happened, and now you're back at it again, man. Come on.
I know this series. I've covered it for a year, and so I know how it plays. So, boy, Garcia is right on top of PCDC once again in the midst of a lot of traffic.
Kinetic having a problem? Is that what I was just hearing?
Our GT Pro drivers here, Ryan Quinn. I believe this was 270.
What's happened to him here? Let's have a look up into turn 1. It's looking like I'm going to take a guess, say he's lost control in the rear, but there's a car coming out of pit lane. Did they make contact? No, they didn't. And just goes around there in turn 1 all by himself. Unfortunate, but no damage to the car, so he'll carry on his way, albeit a little bit further back from the cars he was racing earlier on, as there's been a few pit stops in GT Pro in the recent times. Motif and MB Esports have all made their stops, as have Graphite Racing Pro and Hell Racers here pitting now as well.
There's Simonson coming back out onto the track. Other than that LMP1, he's got a nice little bit of clear circuit around him. Keep talking about how valuable that is. Can't stress enough how nice it is to just relax for a second. Which, fortunately, Petrat can't do.
Oh, there's a battle going on. The battle for LMP2, P3. Stefan Petrat, he is under fire from Daniel Kraft, who is also under fire there from Rico Raphael. So LMP1 machine, but hey, you know, that still gets in the way.
Well, like I said, it's when you have the clear track, you can relax a bit. I mean, not completely relax, but it's sort of a relief compared to just always having to be on your toes. And whenever that car comes by, you just kind of give a little bit of that focus. There's driving tools that teach racing skills, Brian, to talk about having sort of a budget for your focus, and you only have so much of it to spend. If you have to spend some of it on the lapping cars, and that's difficult, as you can see right here, they're trying to get around these cars.
Where do you go? GT cars side by side. And one just bails out of it into that corner, but now that is going to force Petrat to kind of have to be on the offense to get around that GT car, BMW machine up there.
And he didn't know in that situation if Kraft was going to try and get aggressive and make it 3 wide and do something a little bit risky in there. You don't know what the other driver's going to do. That was a big slide coming out from, that was Gunnar Meeson, the Hoisingfeld 78 LMP1. So it's a case of, you know, your eyes got to be a million places at once when you're multi-class racing.
All sorts of things going on.
Oh, and speaking of which,
Oh,
Neeson
there was that kind of unfolded
Vera.
up there. There was a lot going on.
Kempson went way off track for reasons unknown. And then Lyra just got bowled over.
That was the same car earlier. Remember the collision that we saw in the LMP1s? That was the same car that had the same issue at the same corner where he just drifted way off into the tires. And that caused all sorts of stack-ups there. Another race control note, Dominic Ferreras, black flag, 120-second stop and go, and probation for the avoidable contact.
Oof, that, I think, is that team's second penalty, which might be why they're getting a more severe one this race.
No mercy.
Okay, as you can see in the 18.
Oh, LMP1 is a gaggle right now. Just jump up there. Julian trying to hang on to it. They've just been in a gaggle of slower traffic. I mean, cars to the left of me, cars to the right of me, and here I am stuck in the middle with you. Mateo all the way down to the far side. He's having to make that move. Another LMP2. That's back there. That's a satellite machine who's also up in that battle. So now just that little stack up of traffic is accordion the top three back together once again.
Everything's bigger in Texas, Brian, including the traffic. You got to deal with it. And speaking of dealing with it, that's Molnar Peter. Remember, he's a lap down from all these drivers, so he's not there for position amongst all of them. He's just trying to stay out of the way while racing as quickly as he can because he wants to get back on the lead lap. And that's always really tough to do, to kind of judge what can I do without, making everybody around me super angry, because he's probably not got the pace like we saw with Shiavon a little bit earlier, and you can see he's already dropping off a little bit. So you really have to pick and choose if it's worth trying to get your nose in there.
Well, I mean, it's all just about putting your cars in the right spot to get to where you need to be. And, especially with the way that COTA is laid out, is with the way that these LMP1 cars are finding the slower traffic, it throws the rhythm off. And then you have to react, and you have to be proactive and reactive all at the same time. So that's what really makes this place, as Ridlow gets a little squirrely getting around the GT Pro machine. That's what makes this kind of racing just absolutely interesting, as here comes, Mateo from 3 feet beyond nowhere, driving it into the bottom of that corner, and now he's back on the button, back on the attack. Working their way down into the corner. Let's see, is he going to fall in line? He is, but goodness, that was a very aggressive maneuver going into turn 11.
I would not want to be in the cockpit of the number 3 right now, because he's dealing with a lot, just trying to keep the lead until he can either hand it over.
Here comes to the outside.
Flag.
Mateo looking around the outside, trying to use the GT car as a pick. Didn't quite work. Everybody files back out, running the high lane through the double rights through 17 and 18. Down into 19 now, working their way back up towards the front stretch. I wonder if Mateo, I feel like that car just kind of ebbs and flows. Like it kind of flows with the traffic. He's able to get these big runs and get back up there. But then once it sorts out, it's like he can't stay maintaining.
Well, I mean, if he's got any sort of beeps from the cars to help him shift, he's going to get more beeps, because right now they got Sputnik coming out behind them. Guarcia still within half a second of this fight, licking his chops. He's really urging them on to start battling and looking for all the traffic that's coming up ahead, because he's got to use anything he can to stay with this and try to take those positions.
All sorts of good battling back there. Ryan, what do we got going on in GTAM or GT Pro?
Not too much at the moment. Pit stop phases have left NB Esport Racing out front, and Hell Racers here see back there in second place, just a little ways behind them. I'm sure that battle might spice up in a few laps time. Third place Connect Racing Velocity, we saw them up into third with that caution coming out.
We have a pass for second. Sorry.
Time for that. Let's go to that.
Side-by-side battle for LMP1 and overall. Mateo having to fall back, trying to cross over, but here comes Garcia. Oh, a little bit, maybe a little contact going through that corner. Satellite Racing reasserting themselves back into the second spot.
Sorry about that, Ryan. They even made contact there, Brian, into turn 12. Mateo was essentially shoved out of the way into that corner.
I mean, you could pass him or you could shove him out of the way, and one of them's a little easier than the other sometimes.
Well, clearly they've watched a little bit of NASCAR themselves.
Well, I'm wondering if maybe the tires might be starting to give up the gusto, because now we're up to a 76-degree track temp, so we're up just in the last hour 5 degrees in overall track temp. So now these cars are probably overgoing a big change, and I'm wondering if maybe the older tires on Mateo's car, maybe they're starting to fade back just a little bit, whereas, you know, Brandon being back in the car with the fresh rubber, he's able to attack a lot more, it seems.
It is only 1 lap fresher that he has over Mateo and Ribolo, but certainly seems to be helping him.
Well, remember, Mateo was fuel only on the last pit stop. That's what gained him that track position.
Maybe the tires are better older?
I don't know. That's the Lotus 79 for me.
Yeah, apparently. Clearly, though, it is liking the end of the stint regardless. The Satellite Racing car now gaining on Ribolo on top of it. He's down to half a second as they're coming up on more traffic here, Brian. It's that Stoffmeal. He's going to want to jump out of the way here because he's got 3 leaders coming through. There he goes.
All sorts of battling going on here. The chunky pineapple machines he's had a rough enough day. We're just going, come on, guys, just get away from me. Ooh, and Garcia missing the corner, missing the apex just a little bit. Allow the leader of Julian to just sneak away just a little bit more.
Haven't been missing anything down in the LMP2s just to keep people abreast. It is Dilworth back up the lead through the pit cycle on a different cycle from Kraft, Petrat, and Walker behind him, who are second, third, and fourth. Otherwise, most everybody's spread apart. Really, the closest battle there is for 4th place. Walker's being chased by Estefania. It's Torque Freak versus World Sim Racing.
There, yeah, World Sim. This is just nuts. I feel like every time a battle falls away, another one fires up. It's all sorts of interesting. And then you see that 47 machine, the Leo Racing team. They're sticking their nose back in it with their fuel stop that I think was just to get them back on a cycle. Excuse me, coming through.
He makes it work. The 47.
That's one of those moments. It's one of those moments you just don't look back. You make the move on track and you just kind of keep going.
Oh boy! Roll the windows up and act like you don't see the car next to you.
Exactly. Well, there's a Kermit meme where just, minding his own business, that sort of thing.
He's got about 30 seconds up to Florian Denzler. So even once Florian pits, he'll overtake him, but not the next car up. So that alternate strategy, that short stop, I don't totally know about if it's going to work or not, but I'm pretty certain that it is a case of pit as early as you can to get to the end sort of thing, get yourself on the same cycle as everybody else.
Well, and if you break it down, maybe now that they're firmly on the lead lap, I think that fuel stop right there was to even them up with the leaders. And then if they get this magical caution that you keep hoping for, now everybody's back on one even keel, and then I think that they can probably go back onto the attack. And what I'll be curious of, though, is if Piazza is going to finish this race or if he's going to hand it back over, just to kind of see. Because, I mean, we know, the pace at the start of the race that Siobhan had. And I'm wondering if maybe they'll make the audible and give that back over. But, Ryan, what's going back on there in GT Pro?
There's a pretty close battle for 8th place in GT Pro. And a pretty close battle for P1 in GTM as well. They're actually right in front of each other on the track. GTM is slowly closing down. Ross Bartle for Terbium Racing He's just got Florian Hone right in behind him now for TSB Racing. This is a battle we've seen a few times throughout this race. Not the first time these two cars have been close to each other on the track. We've seen some good racing between them so far. Let's see what we get this time round. And just in front of them, you might see Hyundai Hage of Element Sim Racing Water. He's driving along in pursuit of Benjamin Fisher for Fisher Motorsport. Guess he's an owner-driver then. So, yeah, that's what's happening in GT. And, yeah, it looks like we're going to have Tip Turbian Racing coming under threat in just a few moments' time from TSB. See how this one pans out. Other than that, GT is pretty calm at the moment. They had a pretty frantic restart in the few minutes after the restart, but since then they've all settled out and got into their rhythm as they look towards the next pit stop phase in a little while's time.
As that was going on, the lead closed in and then stretched back apart on the LMP1s. I can report Ribolo was caught by Guardacia, but now they've stretched apart in about a second. Mateo was in there as well. It's really just been a lot of traffic that's unfortunately been caught at the wrong times, and then yet nobody can take advantage of it. I'm actually quite impressed, Brian, with the patience that they've shown sometimes. A more eager driver would try and maybe see if he can get the position, but I think after a couple seasons of DGFX, they've kind of figured out that the cautions give opportunities, the traffic gives opportunities, just like you see here with Guardacia nearly running into the back of an LMP2.
Yeah, I was watching that with held breath. But now Satellite with Guardacia, he's back on the button, back onto the rear wing, closing down that backstretch. But it seems like Julian was able to stretch that out just a hair, just enough to maybe keep the defense away. Have to worry about the offense, that is. But wow, Guardacia is really strong under braking.
It is not good for Ribolo because that's going to give passing opportunities, especially if he gets held up like this, where just for a second he finds himself hesitating on the brakes. Doesn't get a chance to try and sneak through in the stadium section as they go by Stefan Overgaard.
Around some of the other machines as well. Meanwhile, Mateo doing a good job of just hanging on back into that battle. Not quite close enough to be a threat, but he's keeping himself within the ballpark. As Remo having to go way 3 wide to get around some of those other machines, working his way back up the front stretch. Oh man!
Yeah, that's somebody making a move in front of Guardacia.
That's GTM lead.
That's the GTM overall lead, and then with that, Rimola went wide at the exit of that corner too, Ryan.
He did, and Florian Hone has moved forward with the TSB to the lead of GTM through all that. And the next battle that those guys you're watching will get to will be the 7th and 8th place battle for GT Pro that I mentioned a little bit before that. Nils Hyundai has closed up onto the back of Fisher. And they'll have to watch out for Benjamin Gregory and Julian Rivolo, who's just making his way through past Gregory now. As they make their way on to the back straight, GTM, new leader. I wonder if Trivia Motorsport have anything in return for TSB, who've just went a little bit wide there, trying to sidestep some of that faster traffic.
Alrighty, so as this race is unfolding, it's kind of as the world turns or as the car turns, so is our time to turn over the coverage just a little bit here down the road. Sean, we doing that yet now or no? All right. So what we're going to do, we're going to hand over the coverage. Myself, Joe, and Brian, thank you everybody for coming out and hanging out and spending the first 3 hours of the 6 hours of COTA with us. We have on the other side of the break, we have Stephen Schlocker, Dawson Brock, who's going to provide a very unique, bring a unique viewpoint to this race, considering he was just in the race. And we also have Adam Lindgren in as well. So, as we go on, we're going to take a quick break, come back with those three. It's been a pleasure. Have a great night, everybody. And I hope the rest of this race fills out just as exciting as the first half was.